to Dynaground. Hello, my name is Owen and I'm your professional Dyna rider. Today I'll be teaching you how to ride a dinosaur and win that chicken dinner. Now, let's begin. Relax, don't be scared. That's the sound of the mighty T-Rex. Now, here's the first dinosaur encounter. I want you to meet my girl Vicky, my sweet little raptor. Look how cute she is.
Isn't she lovely?
Vicky or raptors, they're the most vicious and fastest beasts in the world. To ride a dinosaur, first you must build trust. They are carnivores. They eat meat. You have to feed them off. They will think that you are their friend, not food. Once they trust you, they will be a great companion. However, taming a dinosaur can be seen. Experience dinosaur taming and riding the all-new version of PUBG Mobile Dynaground. Explore Dino Settlement and Wild Reserve and embark on a prehistoric adventure in the Battle Royale game. Come and play now.
Hello everyone, and today is day number 3 for the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash PMRC Southeast Asia versus South Asia. Tashmani here alongside Choo Choo, your host and analyst for today. And today is going to be a very exciting. Choo Choo, what do you think of the last 2 days?
So far, we do know for a fact there's going to be a lot of South Asia domination, and you guys got it right in the chat section below because it's 9-3 since yesterday and 3 for South Asia for now. But we're walking to day number 3. We did mention about South Asia teams a bit of a late bloomer. So today will be the day they should be waking up. If they don't, I'm afraid it will be a bit too late now.
Chatting with a few of the South Asian fans, hearing about the Southeast Asia and South Asia in general, what is your expectations, and did the last 2 days meet the expectation, Choo Choo?
Now, I wouldn't say it's coming up from me because yesterday we did interview Senator as well. And coming up from even STE side, they're a bit disappointed with South Asia performance right now. They know for a fact they are strong. Yes, we do know South Asia region are strong. But so far, it's not meeting up their expectation just yet. But it's only 50% of the game underway. So we still have 50% more to go since we are in the middle of it.
Yeah, so right now we are seeing a big, I say, boost of energy or explosiveness coming in here from South Asia. And I think this is something that has been echoed by many in the past. I think the past few seasons now coming in between Southeast Asia and South Asia, where Southeast Asia is a little bit more tactical and South Asia really, I would say, very decisive in how exactly they want to play, on how exactly they want to push. But let's talk a little bit about play styles here. Do you agree with what I said earlier about the statement between Southeast Asia and South Asia?
Personally, I feel like right now South Asia is more tactical compared to South Asia. At the same time, we do see when it comes to the points, because we do know when it comes to firepower, both regions pretty much the same par when it comes to firepower. But we're back to overview right now where we're at. We are second last day, which is going to be July 1st. Happy July, everybody. But we still have 6 more maps to go.
Right, 6 more maps to go coming in, starting off with Sanhok, and then 3 Erangel maps and 3 Miramars. Coming into today, if you guys are not aware, point system will be 10 points for the chicken dinner, where we will be seeing 6 matches per day for today and tomorrow. As you just said, 12 total, and per elimination will be 1 point each. Now, I think that personally, coming into this tournament, coming into this season, previously it was a 15 point for the chicken dinner, and now moving to 10. I'm really liking this shift, honestly, because it puts a little bit more emphasis in finding that sweet spot between elimination as well as getting those placement points.
That's kind of true. But speaking of which, we cannot predict what the player is going to do today because they are being cornered, especially Southeast Asia region. Last time we counted is almost around 100-point gaps in between the region itself. But speaking of South Asia, I do want to know, will they push more than what they did for the past 2 days? Because back then when we asked them in the first day itself, they mentioned they're not really tournament ready, and that's kind of surprising with their performance right now since they are dominating across the board.
In your opinion, I think a lot of people were already expecting this firepower, this aggressive sort of play coming in here from South Asia. What do you think that Southeast Asia can do to counter-strat this sort of play from South Asia?
For me personally, they are not super aggressive as we speak here. Yes, firepower-wise, they are incredible, great. But it's all about timing coming up from their side. Not just that, how they use the resources. They didn't not use the throwables to confine or putting a pressure towards the other side of a team. It's not about isolating. For them, all the throwables, their utilities, mostly be used just to gain points. So it's hard for them to waste any of those resources. I think that managed so well is coming up from South Asia. But here are the teams, in case you guys missed the past 2 days. We do have 8 teams coming up from Southeast Asia, another 8 from South Asia.
Yeah, coming in here, we have teams here from Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, Vietnam, as well as Mongolia, Nepal, as well as Pakistan. Now, coming into today, I think it's really important to think about or look at the teams that we really want to put emphasis on. I think the past few days, a lot of eyes, again and again, we talk about these 2 teams. DRS, a team that's, I would say, as well as STALWART, 2 teams that a lot of people have been microscoping on. But there are also teams that are on number 1 right now, which is 4MB as well as NBS. And also the rise here from Southeast Asia, Boom Esports and GEEK SLATE doing quite well for themselves.
GEEK SLATE actually scored himself the last chicken dinner, which was back-to-back. And so far, South Asia do show some fight when it comes to Miramar map. But Erangel-wise, we do know for a fact South Asia has been dominating over the past few days. 4MV is actually the champions coming up from South Asia PMPL. So we do have the expectation when it comes to the performance here. But I agree when it comes to, compared to STE and DRFs, they have not been mentioned enough based on their performance, and it just shows they got themselves the most chicken dinner. Not just that, the gap between them and second place here is quite a gap, but it will be closed up by end of today. But I'm not sure who will place themselves second, since we do know Boom can catch up, and they are the only team in the top 3 with the least amount of chicken dinner.
Yeah, they're very, I would say, coming toward from trends for Boom Esports. There's been a lot of no chicken, no problem for them. Consistency is key. But coming into the head-to-head here between Southeast Asia and South Asia, the regional points, look at the gap between these 2 regions. 512 to 588 is pretty huge. And eliminations as well, very heavily skewed towards South Asia. What do you think about this, Chuchu?
Like I mentioned before, we do have some pentagon diagram later on. If you notice, the only thing that South Asia winning right now is going to be based on the numbers of throwables they actually use.
Right.
They do use more utilities, but personally, I feel like what's lacking coming out from South Asia, I know this is going to be harsh, but it is what it is. It's going to be when it comes to tactical. They're a bit too hesitant. Due to their passiveness that being perceived by South Asia, they take advantage of it. They know for a fact these guys are contemplating whether to make a decision or not. They take advantage and make it into action in an instant. That's what differs most when it comes to South Asia and South Asia region right now.
So it's more of mentality if you think about it coming into the game. We talked a lot about, I think in the previous PMSL, we talked about wait and see attitude, why some teams like to wait and see whether or not they want to come into the right time to third party or even to clean up house. But this hesitation position has been heavily weaponized by South Asia. Whether or not, the thing is, it's more of like confidence coming through here. They're understanding the speed of how they want to go, and because of, I would say, more of like game awareness of how game sense that they have, knowing where exactly each team is going to be and how exactly it's as though they're playing chess, right? You have your second movement, third movement, fourth movement already put into play on how exactly they want to go. Now, for Southeast Asia, what do you think is the biggest problem when it comes to decision making here, Chuchu?
Hesitation. That's it. They didn't take the chances when they actually do get it, especially in the game where YOODO Alliance were fighting against 4MV. They do have the numbers. It was a 3v4, yes. 4MV do have the numbers at first, but been knocked down early on. But the problem is when they're overthinking themselves, that's where they start to hesitate, and time wasted when the blues are shrinking in, burning off the blue on their back, and that's where they're being pressured and being confined into a certain area. But today we're starting off Sanhok in triple Erangel and double Miramar as per usual. But so far, even in Sanhok map, we get to see both teams coming up from region South Asia and South Asia pretty much balanced, because based on first day, it was NBeSports taking the first chicken, while Vampires do score themselves on the second day. But coming up from Vampires, a lot of question mark from me in this team, because yesterday, I know we want to not mention the taboo too much, but it is what it is. I noticed multiple times they have been self-grenade either their own self or own team. A lot of accidents happen for Vampires.
Yeah, this is something that I think was, I would say, echoed by our casters as well. I had this conversation with Contra, a pre-show coming forward. And I think it's also really important to talk about like what's going on between the team. I mean, again, for some of the teams here in Southeast Asia, there has been a shuffle in the rosters. And it did raise some questions for me on how long have they had to play together to understand each other on how they play. And I also wanted to know as well, because there was a shuffle, I think, for one of the pro player or one of the players here for, I would say, GEEK SLATE, which is Mika going out and Audrey coming in, is also what I really wanted to know. How long have they been playing together? How's their teamwork like?
Before we get into that in depth, but so far top map performance, we have to give it to STE, TK, NBeSports and Vampire. If you notice here, most of it, 3 out of 4 come out from South Asia team. I have to say, yes, they are definitely aggressive, but they use it wisely. When it comes to firepower, like I mentioned before, nobody is actually subpar. All of them actually up to standard. It's all about where to pick, the timing of you picking out, and also the timing of you want to use your throwables at the same time. Speaking of GEEK SLATE, right, the first day we did have Mika played, but it feels like the shift from Mika to Audrey now feels more stable coming from GEEK SLATE. Hence, they got themselves that double chicken dinner. But at the same time, I won't say Mika is not valuable. Definitely, he's a very valuable asset.
Yeah.
But it depends on which region they are fighting. It feels like Audrey fits more in this sort of adaptation against South Asia.
I think it comes down to, like, you know, how some teams have certain players for certain comps, certain play styles, and I think this is what exactly GEEK SLATE wants to bring to the table. And I'm really liking some teams really, I would say, kind of like utilizing their subs and putting them to work where they can get advantage from it. Because it's very rare that we see people subbing in, and usually I think for a lot of people, when someone subs in, the question is, what is wrong? And instead of, you know, it being what is wrong, I would like to think, what is the play here? What are you guys thinking about in terms of how exactly you guys are trying to take? I had a conversation with Contra just now about how exactly a take of an area or a fight comes in between Southeast Asia and South Asia. Again, as you mentioned before, firepower, very similar, both very strong. The hesitation was something that I think Southeast Asia has. But again, if you look at, I would say, PMPL or PMSL, how Southeast Asia can be a little bit more of a slow cooker for some teams where they take a few days to really figure out how they want to play. And I'm wondering if this is the same case.
For me personally, I feel like, yeah, we're going to talk about prediction and we're going to jinx the team right now, because I am being put into place. I requested for as well. But for me, because of Rosemary, I do believe in him, and he's one of the best players coming from South Asia itself. It's going to be Alter Ego for my first map of the day, but MAB for you, interesting.
Yeah, MAB for me, I think it's mostly because of how dominating Erangel is for the South Asian team. And I think for a lot of people coming into Erangel, it's something a little bit more, I would say, very set play. They understand how exactly to play, how exactly to rotate, how exactly to play. But coming into that, I think there is no more time for us to speculate, because we are going to go into game 1 of the day. Going to toss it over to our casters, Sir Cloud and Contra. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, Chuchu, as well as Tash Bunny. It's great to actually have Tash join us here on Day 3, and now, you know, it's already 50% done and dusted. We're heading into this journey with SEA needing to play catch-up, so there's a lot to be done here for all these teams to be able to match the tempo that the SA side is offering so far.
Yeah, I think in terms of executing a certain play, right? If we look at the last 2 days, what the South Asian teams have in terms of execution is that they have less hesitation. Like when something happens, their follow-up is really, really fast as compared to, and we're talking in general, right? Not a specific team, as compared to the Southeast Asia region. So that's why if we can see that a fight ends, the follow-up from there is really fast, that they can clean up. Or if their teammates are in trouble, again, the same thing happens. Like the follow-up is really fast. It does seem like to a certain extent, they don't hesitate. They don't think that much. It's like, okay, just do it. And then we think about how to manage the situation later.
It's just ridiculously incredible on how their work rate is like, because it's almost mechanical on what they do just next with so little time to make those form of decisions. But that's what makes all these squads phenomenal. So of course, in less than a minute, we're going to be jumping into our third Sanhok out of all these matches to be played out. So far, when we look back, it's been the record of 1 apiece for South Asia as well as Southeast Asia. So is it fair to say that this is probably the most neutral map of it all?
I think it's the most iffy map of all.
Probably it.
Yeah, because it's very circle dependent. And if you so happen, like if you're in Camp Alpha, you get the circle, the chicken dinner is yours. But if you yet to see that kind of circle, let's see if it happens now.
There we go into day 3 of the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. Southeast Asia takes on South Asia. And right now, still remains clear that South Asia is sitting pretty at the top. A lot of points to be followed through by the rest of Southeast Asia. But if there's going to be any day that they do step up, it has to be from today, or else there's not going to be any chances heading into our Sunday round. This is a flight path coming in from Cal, headed to Tambang. And as per usual, with this size of the map, they should be able to reach where they need to be. But I'm looking forward to see if there's going to be any early contest, because for the couple of days in South Sanhok, there's always a little bit of a casualty in the early game. Yeah,
yesterday it was Hatin, GEEK, SLATE, and FaZe Clan. Looks like it's going to be the same case again. So they're going to contest. So yesterday's contention, let's see, was FaZe Clan actually winning against GEEK, SLATE? Yes, there was a little bit of a trade-off, but ultimately it was GEEK, SLATE leaving Hatin, and FaZe Clan became the mayor of Hatin at the end of the fight. It's interesting to see that GEEK, SLATE chooses to fight FaZe Clan inside of Hatin again. Other than that, no other contestant except for day 1 inside of Camp Bravo, but that's not happening now, perhaps due to the flight path as well. But keep your eye on Hatin. It's going to be round 2, GEEK, SLATE, and FaZe Clan.
Yeah, this time starting off with a rather neutral circle, but we don't know where it will be ending up on, because it still has a little bit of a circumference that touches on towards the alpha side of the islands as well. As we take a closer look onto some of all these teams, AGIA definitely has amped up their firepower, just like when they actually said in the interview that we're going to really switch the play style of how we're going to be going for executions. And indeed, from that day onwards, they've been able to pile on quite a number of points. And the first day sees them contesting with Hill. And of all the teams, I think Hill is in a really interesting state, because there were certain times that they start off from the get-go challenging teams, and they are in the middle of nowhere across Ban, hoping to actually get those early loots, but it's going to take quite a while because there's not many compounds.
Oh, but this won't take a while as Damru 1v2. Well, I think it's going to be pretty straightforward. If both of you pincer attack onto one player, and that's going to be tough. Unless he has the right weapons. For example, a DBS, then a pincer attack, a DBS would be great. But if it's just using a regular SMG, then, well, pincer attack, he very likely to lose the fight.
Yeah, especially with the new nerfs coming in. As much as DBS is still pretty effective coming into all these close quarter combats, I think it has opened up a lot more room for a lot of SMGs to be back in action as well, where we see a couple of players utilizing the UMP in this early stage of the game. Sonic's taking the containers right now. He's going to be able to keep himself safe for now, as the rest of GEEK, SLATE, they're going to be piling on together into the middle of this sector. And Torres as well as Mormon's going to find a way to crack this one open. Mela's still flanking from a really far angle, so it's going to take a while before they get to GEEK, SLATE.
Yeah, but this won't take a while as Yummy with the QBZ gets first blood for himself, and it came from NBE, Fistboy, eliminated by Yummy. But I do notice one thing as well. There are a lot of teams from South Asia actually favoring the UMP instead of a DBS. Yeah, there are a few DBS usage, but the UMP seems to be their weapon of choice. It seems to be even more popular than the M4.
Yeah, I think there's really good reasons as to why, because with that weapon having such a stable fire rate as well, it's going to be pretty efficient for you to still use it across long range. Oh, flash bang coming through. With FaZe Clan undeterred, still remaining by the corner of the warehouse, but there will be tags being sent towards the direction of GEEK SLATE. One member knocked down, and that's going to be Snipes. The rest of FaZe Clan pushing right forward. Venturis tries to open this up alongside with Mormon. Let's see if the rest of GEEK SLATE can hold on. And immediately as they fall through the ground, FaZe Clan wins the trades here in Hatin.
Yeah, so again, this is the pincer attack strategy, right? Whatever FaZe did was just very straightforward. Just come through the front. Yes, there was a flank, but I don't think there was a big factor. Maybe a little bit, but the biggest factor is that you stack two players back to back, and you're up against not a DBS. But if you're up against a DBS, that kind of stack, GEEK Fam would have won.
Yeah.
They would have won. But anyway, the right weapon in the right situation also determines what sort of formation that you will play.
I absolutely agree with that, especially with GEEK Fam or GEEK SLATE, just to correct myself. Tunneling into that particular angle could be quite difficult, especially when you are also opening yourself to the opponents that are running across. And of course, with that being done and dusted, FaZe Clan now has a better opening as compared to the past couple of days, where in the early trades, FaZe Clan did suffer a couple of knocks to carry on with the rounds. So things are looking pretty good, I would say, for FaZe Clan. Meanwhile, GEEK SLATE, 2 back-to-back chicken dinners from Miramar, didn't translate all too much into day 3.
Yeah, I mean, they had a great run yesterday, right? Towards the end, at least. But starting off today, not that good. But, well, I always say Sanhok is an iffy map. So if you kind of let go Sanhok, arguably okay, as long as you can come back in the next few rounds in a more balanced map. Now, look at the previous situation. One player from STE got knocked down from the high ground. I don't think it will be a big issue for him since he has other teammates to come and back him up. For Box Gaming, even though they got that knockdown, for them to rush up to the high ground wouldn't be the best choice because they will put themselves at a disadvantage.
Yeah.
So
it's a lot of distance to cover up as well. So most often than not, you see a lot of these teams that are playing around central areas of these grounds will tend to just put pressure and force teams to actually move the other way. And I think that game plan itself is sufficient enough in order to go into the late game unscathed.
Yeah, to a certain extent, you know, it's like, I see you, you see me, might as well take the shot. But if it's in the case of like, okay, maybe I see you and you don't see me, then maybe the decision will be different. So this is probably a similar case. Okay, not that similar because Vampire Esports, for a doozy, he doesn't see Slipknot. So Slipknot just like, okay, let me try to take the shot, and if I can secure the elimination point, that's great. But from this distance, it's going to be hard. But what's not going to be hard is going to be AE with Octas going to come in from the other side.
Cutting across from Ruins, Alter Ego wants to challenge the rest of Vampire Esports as well. So this is going to be a tough close quarter combat for the rest of Vampire Esports. Ravenclaw really has to hold down the line. And these two teams are hoping to cut across towards the mainland with a very high likelihood of this circle shifting away. And yes, it will, as it will bypass through the areas of Paradise Resort as well as Tatmok. While the fight continues, it seems like AE gets a couple of damage being done onto multiple members of Vampire Esports already. And there you go. A beautiful knock being executed by Alter Ego.
Oh, very interesting spot for Vampire Esports to park themselves because it's unlikely they'll get the circle. But I guess they want to play with the choke point as now Ravenclaw will be taken out. And we do see a Nuzi still active, doesn't have a DBS in hand. With a UMP, he'll be taken down as well. Alter Ego overtaking the L house now with only 2 members of VPE left.
And they could always rely on Rosemary to get the frags going. Meanwhile, Stone, he's just trying to buy as much time as possible. They have been able to knock down one, and Potato puts in pressure alongside with Octa, and damage being done. Stone, the only one left standing, will really have to come up with a whole lot of hustle. Molotov now is only in one HP left, and he will be burned down to the ground.
Walked into the fire, and that's how he got taken down. And Vampire Esports, 0 points in round number 1. All those points given toward AE, Alter Ego. But I can understand why Vampire Esports, they took that compound because they want to play with the choke points, hoping for teams from like Heirs of Ruins to come by, and then they would take advantage. But for Alter Ego, I think they will also kind of help because of the shot from AGI8 from the high ground that gave them the information that, oh, someone's there. That's why Alter Ego is prepared to take down Vampire Esports in the house.
Yeah, and Vampire Esports had to basically shift their attention within a split second to take care of the rest of Alter Ego, which they were unable to do so. Meanwhile, over on the top of the hill, you did mention about AGI8. There is YOODO Alliance having Flax lurking around. Spots out Falak, but he's not going to reveal himself just yet. He's trying to prime a grenade. Let's see if it actually connects. As he tosses over to Falak, takes him down to 60%. And DRS is over on the other corner with Rules taken out.
Oh, okay. 3 teams in the same area now. AGI8 slightly distracted by DRS, but the nade is tossed by Flex. They don't know exactly where it is because when you toss the nade, obviously your opponents wouldn't hear.
Oh,
boy. Kill. Splat on the Flex.
Yeah, that's what happens when you're laying flat on the ground for long enough. AGI8 is not going to wait, and IQ, he just did the drive-by. But his vehicles is pretty much smoking up, so he's got to let go of that Ronnie later on. Meanwhile, I would say for Leo, this time around, they look a lot more stable heading into day 3. This team have not really seen too many great feats just yet, and I'm still hoping that they put their potentials out there in order to secure their first chicken dinner. YOODO Alliance currently at 15th spot, but they've seen a couple of second place finishes, which they couldn't close out, unfortunately.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. I mean, that happened yesterday. So I worry that that yesterday thing was about the level of confidence that they have at that point. Because we know the potential of YOODO Alliance is that they are an aggressive team. They are able to take fights, especially if they still have 3, they still have 4. They can just push in. But I don't know, yesterday was a lapse for them. But for today, looks like we have a different kind of circle, at least for Sanhok. Still with a good amount of water in this circle, about 40%. So that means we got lesser room to play, meaning that more opportunities for teams to meet up with each other.
Yeah, and this is just perfect location for NBeSports as well as Leo. They will be the ones to be holding into these compounds that are within the zone. Whereas if they were to be teams moving in across the field, it's a lot of open grounds that they really have to find covers from. Meanwhile, as we say that, Leo have members being depleted as these teams continue to contest. Hill goes in for the Hail Mary play, crashing into the compound, and there's also the rest of Boom Esports crashing right in, but Hyde could not hold on. A Cool will knock them off the ground.
Well, just as you mentioned about Leo doing pretty okay, this had to happen. But we are talking about Boom Esports. They are up there for a reason. So crashing into the compound where Leo was at is definitely their thing. Now the nade being tossed by Shoyam onto the other side. Does not connect onto anyone, but he still seems to be interested to go in. But the shot from the high ground onto Shoyam stops him on his track.
Yeah, that's the problem about being in the center of the circle right now. You just draw in so many attention of all these teams hoping to actually claim these compounds for their own. Fox Gaming finds it in the run from the outskirts. It's a rain of grenades from the hillside as they toss it towards the rest of Boom Esports, as well as Box Gaming. Going to be joining in later on as they find members of AGI8. Another nade comes in from the side of Slipknot. He has defended this compound really well for himself, as they have given a lot of spacing towards the rest of Boom.
Okay, let's see. Nade from Slipknot. Oh, the high ground. That high ground, Hail Esports have been overlooking this compound for the longest time. Yummy knocked down by Shoyam. And that could be a counter opening for Shoyam, but then again, Shoyam does not have space to go because NBE as well. Everyone is looking at the same place.
That shot out of nowhere, NBE. They've heard all that ruckus going on and they want in. And one shot was all it takes coming in from Sek as well as the rest of NBE. Now, that position right now where Boom is at is basically quite the graveyard because a lot of all these teams are surrounding the hillsides. We saw how Hill have massive attempts just overlooking into some of all these areas of play and got themselves quite a number of takedowns from that position itself. Meanwhile, a lot of all these teams are still playing from the outskirts. AGI8 takes a slower approach coming in from the blue zone.
Oh, okay. But they can't take that too slow of an approach as we will approach stage number 4 really soon. AGI is still on the outside. They have STE to deal with at the lower ground. Now the next phase of the circle very likely to go towards the, there you go, towards the side of Tatmok. And it's going to be a very interesting area to play because that light green area in the middle is all about the high ground.
True enough, especially now with Mabetex actually taking over control, there's not going to be all too much room for the other squads to be moving over onto these corners, especially the teams that have already got themselves to this compound. Eventually, they may have to leave. We'll definitely have to take a look on what Stage 5 offers, but I'm liking what I'm seeing from STALWART Esports, especially as there was one member being taken out. They were hoping to gatekeep the latecomers into the scene over the south side, so it might just actually be huge troubles lurking ahead for the rest of Aegon I8, but take a look at that. Aegon I8 have suddenly racked up a total of 7 eliminations throughout the span of the round.
Well, living up to what they said yesterday that they want to play a little bit more aggressive. So far, so good for them while maintaining all of their players. But just as I mentioned, that Fallout knocked down by one of the members of T2K. Looks like they don't only have STE to deal with, but T2K perhaps from the inner side of the circle as well.
And take a look at the bottom left of your screen. South Asia is about to look for their 600 points, and Suga is going to be offering it closer and closer to the 600 mark. Meanwhile, Kill YT, one of the sharpest shooters out of Nepal, is going to hold out on his own. He's going to soak in some damage from all across the corner, and it's Blade that goes in for the challenge, and they will slowly deplete. Delta survives with a slither of health.
Wow, that last moment from Delta worked out for them. DRS managed to defend their compound, and the circle is just next to them, so they'll be okay to get in. They can still manage this circle. Now with the long range from Gante, trying to shoo away MAB because that could be their next destination.
That was as close as it gets. Like DRS, they were just on the hair strand of hope on those trades. And overall, thankfully they did survive, but they will eventually have to deal with the rest of MAB. Battles all across the field of Sanhok as the rest of Alter Ego unable to even get across the bridge. Slowly getting tagged up by Mondo. One of the most impressive players hailing from Mongolia so far. FaZe Clan, they're also hoping to have a piece of the pie. Still looking across the river as STE were unable to get across from the south side.
Oh yeah, the circle was away from them, so not too sure what happened there. Earlier on, it seems like AGIA, they rotated somewhere else. So yeah, probably they were gate capped by another team. But now the circle shifted. Boom Esports, they have a compound together with Circle, one of the prime positions to be in. But then again, in this kind of position, farming eliminations might be difficult because they'll be dependent on the windows to try to take those shots.
The only possible location for these teams to basically hold out on is to basically challenge Boom Esports within those villages that they're holding out directly over in the center. Meanwhile, over on towards the bridge, we see 2 Southeast Asian teams, Alter Ego as well as FaZe Clan, needing to make a move. And for MV, the moment that they try to step in, they get scouted out by the rest of T2K, and they will be the ones taking charge over on the southeastern corner, but they got to deal with Hill later on.
All right, Hill at the bottom, but then the Hill, they do have the circle advantage. But speaking about circle advantage, it does not favor onto FaZe Clan. If they want to get into the circle, they have to come out, and it's going to be an open area for them. As for NBE, they're in a fine position, but for T2K making that move, everyone is slow, shooting from multiple directions onto them.
But they're still challenging the rest of Hill as they are trying to prime grenades into their shacks as well. Flash spots one out running down the hill, and Suyo, he says, I'm just gonna run right towards the rest of Hill. 4 men stack inside of the compound. He will have to find a little bit of a crack, and T2K, every attempt that they go for, they will be sniffed out.
Here we go, 2 more to go for Hill Esports to defend their ground. And it's very likely that the circle will move away since they're by the edge. Potato knocked down somewhere else from Alter Ego. Hail Esports trying to find out where Suyong is at. Suyong is actually at the left side, but the dedicated crosshair is not pointed towards there. This will give opportunity for Suyong to surprise Hail Esports.
And speaking of surprises, Gante coming in from the back as well. From the corners of Tapmount, DRS looking for a chance to pry right into the next stage of the game. And FaZe Clan will have to take an attempt against the rest of Hill on top of the hill. And they're already losing out some of all these trades. For the moment, they're left with no cover at all. And NBE, they're running out in the open. They will have to find ways to take on the rest of FaZe Clan. So Sack, he's got to find something, and instead he gets knocked out by Onsens.
Oh, that's an opening for FaZe Clan to come in, but the counter nade from Akas onto FaZe Clan. Knockdown after knockdown with nades only. Ventores knocks down one as well. Looks like FaZe Clan countering onto them, but the rest of FaZe Clan taken out. NBE defended their ground.
Precision on the grenades is what keeps NBeSports alive and running. 7 elimination points. And if you do take out FaZe Clan, they're going to look for that double-digit number in a short time. As Hell, they've got themselves into a very defensive location, but T2K have always been there. And Suya, with the last stand, will still be shut down by C-Sky only.
It was a tough one for T2K. I mean, Hail Esports, they have a fortress basically. And the blue, we are talking about stage 6. So stage 6 burns. And if it lands onto T2K, they are forced to move. But now it's going to be Hail Esports against Boom. Boom had this compound for the longest time, but they have visitors in the compound.
Tiger X immediately getting bombarded with a grenade. Yummy holds out with the DBS. The attempt coming from Hill is not turning out to be all too great. They had to make swift decisions, but it's all in a dire state. And now it's only down to C-Sky only hugging by the corner of the wall. Yummy know where he's at, so he's gonna go in for the challenge. He's got one grenade being primed up, and C-Sky only knows that there's no time for him to actually charge in, and he will have to just take the L right here. At least it's a 4th place finish for Hill.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about Yummy with the DBS, right? A DBS king. And now MAB with a high ground advantage against their opponent. Wally is backing out. He has a UMP in hand together with an M4. And now putting inside the lower ground, but still, they can't get a good shot onto Wally. Wally's circling around, back up and around. Leo is there together with Wally. Wally was the distraction, and Leo was the executioner.
This time around, it's Southeast Asia versus South Asia. Boom versus MAB. One-man disadvantage for Boom Esports, and all along, MAB knows that they've been within the compound, but after all the fights that have been happening from across the section, they may have actually lose a little bit of that intel of the whereabouts of Aku at the very least. Ponbit, the player with the quickest of hands and feet that we saw from yesterday challenging VPE, is the player to look out to see whether if they could overwhelm the forces of Mabetex.
Yeah, as of yesterday, Ponbit was 2nd when it comes to most eliminations for Indonesia. Number 1 was Razy. But now the circle does favor onto MAB. Okay, this is going to be hard for Boom because they need to fight up to the high ground. MAB has everything onto Boom. Now they're going to start off with a knockdown to Aku.
Another huge nade. Didn't connect right down below. Yummy still not giving out his position just yet, but they will eventually find members after members of Boom Esports, and it's only Palmit standing away. No space left to run or hide. Mabetex takes game 1.
Mabetex again. Another Mongolian team. I swear, every time we say Mongolia, we get $1, we'll be rich by now.
Yeah, I think like I would definitely love if that happens to my wallet, but Mabetex, they've been pretty much calm and composed. They were taking charge over on the northern section for the longest time, being uncontested. Even when there was FaZe Clan towards the left, they know that's not a fight that they needed to take. And overall, with so much on the line with teams running left, right, and center, most of the contests were actually happening over the south side, and Mabetex was just happy to trade from afar, which earned them the round.
Yeah, and I really like their checkpoint, right? So they chose the high ground against crashing into the compound where Boom Esports were. Yes, to be fair, they were all in the circle. That's why there wasn't that big motivation or big objective for them to do so. But if you kind of think about it, what would you pick, right? You will, if you have the high ground in the situation versus a compound at the low ground, what would you go for?
Well, naturally, everyone will think that, hey, I want to defend myself, I'll go to the compound. But if you're looking for advantages, you want that open space, you want to take those hills. So I think the decision made by Mabetex is definitely the best decision so far.
Yeah, and I think that if you are in a compound, now in the current way of how everyone has been playing, utility usage is always, for the most part, used for compound fights. So can you imagine that Mabetex had the high ground? All they need to do, assuming that the circle went towards Boom anyway, all they need to do is just throw all their utilities, flush Boom out, Boom shows themselves, and they will just still shoot from the high ground.
Yeah, it was just properly calculated by Mabetex Esports on how they've been able to earn this huge victory heading into day 3. And once again, another record for the books for South Asia, and even more so for all the teams or supporters coming from Mongolia.
Oh yeah, they are doing really, really well. But you know who else is doing well? It's our peeps and our analyst Dash. We'll pass it on to Choo Choo and Tash. Take it away, ladies.
Thank you very much, casters. And we are seeing today the teams that we thought would be coming up on top today, that were ending the day very strong, not making it up to the top, at least on Sanhok. What do you think, Choo Choo?
But you pick MAB just
I
now.
did. I
You
mean, for me,
scored.
I did. I mean, like coming in for me for MAB, I think it was just about time for them to really pop off, and I'm really glad that this is the moment for it to come for. Again, if you look at how they played here, I think Sanhok, again, I would say it's quite balanced in terms of how exactly where you drop and how you go. But if you look at how MAB, their positioning has been very, very key here. If you saw how the circle favored them is one, and number two, them playing that high-risk play of not trying to get the compound and going for the high ground instead.
For me, MAB is any teams, especially the Mongolian side of South Asia here. The biggest difference that I saw, whatever the situation is, they've trained themselves in the harshest condition possible. Now, I love to see Wally a lot, but Leo definitely pulled it off this time with 3 eliminations, 700 over damage. Look at the longest elimination distance. It's not really a long-range fight. So these guys come out from MAB particularly, they prefer to have a mid-distance down to CQC because they do know they have the strength in there.
Yeah.
Speaking about their playstyle, speaking about how they approach their fights, especially coming out of South Asia teams, if you notice how they actually fight, they love those unconventional angles. We talked about how hard it is to land those grenades or land those shots. Yes, they have those high grounds, but it's so hard to visualize in their standpoint. And so far, we do have still 4 MV. Their consistency is unquestionable right now. Still standing at number 1, but MBS is going to be the next one standing at second with 100 over points, but the gap is still quite significant.
Yeah, it's just getting further and further away for MV. I mean, even though they didn't get the chicken dinner, they still managed to make it to the top 10 and 6th place, if I am not mistaken, for the team. They still managed to get away with not only placement points, but also with eliminations. And I think that it's really important to talk about, I think, the beginning of the day, how FaZe as well as GEEK SLATE met each other very earlier. I'm wondering why exactly has Hatin such a hot spot for them?
For me, it's not about Hatin itself. Yeah, Hatin itself is kind of a small island. There's so many choke points in case the circle is not on your side. And when you have to go out from there, there's a lot of bridges. There'll be guard over on the other side, which is going to be the main island, right?
Yeah.
But in the case of South Asia, particularly, in this case, since day number 1 that I noticed of, they love to trail each other rotation, which happened to be on top of Camp Alpha or Hatin in this particular site, was where FaZe versus GEEK SLATE. On the one around Camp Alpha, we saw early on, it was Vampire versus YOODO Alliance, if I'm not mistaken. So South Asia team, because maybe they're a bit too comfortable fighting against each other, they have been following the same sort of rotation that they used to play in South Asia, but they forgot the fact they are fighting against South Asia region as well. So if you notice, South Asia teams don't really bump into each other early on.
Exactly.
Hence, that's why we have that significant gap between these two regions, because South Asia teams, they love to fight each other. By the end of this map, only few of them survive.
Yeah, and I think it's very interesting how their rotations have been meeting up with each other a lot more compared to other teams running into South Asia. I think because again, scrimming practice is always, I think, is a lot more accessible between these teams compared to South Asia. And I think that's also a reason why that, these teams are not really running into each other. Regardless, this is where I would really like to see teams really change it up a little bit, what they usually used to do. This is where you really want to challenge yourselves in changing up the way you play. Regardless, let's have a look at the head-to-head here between these two regions, where now South Asia has breached the 408 total eliminations coming through, as well as Southeast Asia with the 368. Elimination-wise, South Asia is still dominating in terms of damage, in terms of total knockouts is very, very close. In terms of, I would say, total throwables used, Southeast Asia a little bit more, but understandably why? Because they're more about just trying to brute force their way into situations with
This
the
is what I
throwables.
mentioned before we start, right?
Yeah.
This is the only thing that we're winning over South Asia right now. But the thing is, if you actually compare the efficiency of the throwables actually being used, even though it's more on South Asia when they're using it, efficiency is more to its South Asia side, because they will only throw it when they manage to visualize their target. They don't just throw it blindly if they don't know their position.
Yep, resource management is definitely something that South Asia is a little bit more, or very, very proactive in. Proficient, rather, would be the right word. Regardless, for those who are just tuning in here, we still have another 5 maps to go. And next up will be Erangel at 7:40 p.m. here in Singapore time. If you guys are not sure, you guys can convert your timing to where you live. Now, let's talk a little bit about some other teams that are, I think, in my opinion, doing quite well from Southeast Asia. Boom Esports. They lost one player very early, but let's talk about the mid-way recovery. Are they able to survive until second place?
I think the best example here I want to put is going to be NBeSports instead of Boom. Okay, Boom, it was great for them. They have a lot of men, but by the end of the day, it's just difficult for them to see based on the terrain just now, right? But that's the difference between South Asia and South Asia. If you look at all the maps past few days, if it's actually South Asia teams that got themselves in that terrain where Boom actually stand, they still can pull it off because they've been trained in the most uncomfortable situation in case they are not in the best position there is, how to deal with it. They already deal with that in their scrims, but for South Asia, not so much. They think about, oh, we need to get there, but the problem is they don't get to use whatever there is with them to make the best out of it. But speaking of, NBeSports example, right? Even though they got themselves 2 of their members being needed down.
Right.
We can just roll with the prediction right now. Even though they got 2 of their members down, but how do they fight back? That's the difference. They still managed to survive, even though they're being outnumbered, but they did not cower into an angle. They actually fight back. They retaliate.
Yeah.
It's very different.
Yeah, that retaliation is something I would really love to see more. But for now, let's see whether or not that will be echoed by our sentiments here. Just going to be passing it over to casters, Sir, Cloud, and Contra. What do you guys think we're going to be seeing over in Erangel?
Oh, I think the food is good today.
Yeah, it's absolutely delicious. I smell what you were having on the lunchbox, but when it comes down to the games, of course, which, Tash is absolutely on point, on fire. First game already getting the right predictions. For me, not so much throughout the course of day 1 as well as day 2.
Well, that's why you're here and she's there, you know?
I got relegated.
Yeah, you got relegated. If only you got 4 predictions right, you probably maintain your spot there.
But to be fair, the moment I got it right, that's where I transferred over. It's like, okay, perhaps it's a promotion instead.
Wow.
So I like to take it as that. But what we can predict heading into Erangel is for Southeast Asia to fight back even harder. So let's see as we dive into our next flight.
And here is Erangel. I mean, I want to say that, like, the Mongolian teams or the South Asia teams are like the kings of Erangel. So far, they have the record, but they are actually everywhere. We can't think about it.
They're everywhere. I guess the only major difference is when it comes down to the maps inside Miramar. It seems like Southeast Asia have also had the level of mastery to be able to close out very difficult rounds on those high ground terrains. So that's something that they do look forward to the later stages of what Day 4 has to offer. But what we see so far, for the past 3 maps of Erangel, it has been won by STALWART Esports and so many of all these Mongolian squads. I want to also see a lot more because back in day one, there was also DRS taking away a chicken dinner of their own. So it's definitely still up for grabs for the likes of many. This flight path is actually skewed very much towards the south side, not allowing access into that Gatko region. So if any circle actually appears towards the western side, this game's about to get pretty interesting.
Yeah, and to make the game even more interesting, I hope that the circle is no longer in the main peninsula because all our Erangel games, all the circle has been somewhere where it's the center. Okay. This is a kind of like a 50-50 situation, but T2K with Jane going up against FaZe Clan outnumber Jane, who was all alone in this compound. His teammates, are they around?
Anson's so swiftly coming in with an S6 shotgun have been able to deter any form of pushes coming out of T2K. They decided to drop right in between Rozak as well as his Snap Pollyanna. And with that, they started off without any form of weapons coming from T2K, and they lost two. Make that tree from the get-go. This is looking much more challenging for the squad of SA that has done so well back in Sanhok.
Yeah, I guess to a certain extent, right? This is also dictated by the fact that the flight path is on the side. So some teams are forced to like drop into the smaller compounds such as this, and so happened FaZe Clan and T2K drop into the same compound. So this fight had to happen. And then from there, when they drop, it's all about the RNG of who gets the better weapon.
Yeah, and overall, around that section is where a lot of vehicle actually spawns up. So perhaps they were hoping to take some of all these vehicles to move into a different location over the north side or even towards the central areas of play. Sometimes you just meet other stragglers that's opting to do the same, but once you do see a full squad being sent towards that way, it's all about who gets there first. And FaZe Clan definitely have to thank Ansons for those quick pickups, quick reactions. And now, starting off with another great opener. And if you notice, even back in Sanhok, they were the ones with the great initiations to secure First Blood for the past 2 rounds.
Oh yeah, true enough. So 2 First Bloods back-to-back given towards FaZe Clan. And I mean, they are a team that have a good quality. Like they don't, like Ansons, I felt that he has been stepping up. Like the last time we saw FaZe Clan in a professional competitor, I think was in PMSL, it was pretty much the Mela show. Yeah, but now with PMRC, Ansons have been stepping up, and I wouldn't say he overshadows Mela, but at least it gives a balance so that the entire team is not too dependent on one player.
Yeah, I still remember the days where he was playing in Temp Entertainment where, you know, it was pretty much a well balance of everyone works together in tandem as a squad. But now that he's joined the rest of the members of FaZe Clan, it really allows him a lot more opportunities to shine with the dynamics being shifted when you add Mela coming in from the Infinity as well. With so much of all these experiences culminating together, the Thailand powerhouses now looking to be absolutely solid. When we thought that when FaZe Clan loses Tony K, hey, they're going to lose so much firepower, but I see improvements coming in for FaZe Clan. And as a matter of fact, right now, FaZe Clan sits in 4th position.
All right, speaking about the Thai teams, right, I'm going to put this topic up for discussion.
Yeah.
All right, so there is a somewhat of a new meta that you have multiple coaches. So
how many coaches in specific?
Okay, so in PMPL Malaysia, for MPXNC, you had 3 coaches.
3 coaches,
All right. Coaches. They didn't do that well. For Vampire Esports, they have 2 coaches. So there's Sertani as well as Matoy.
Oh, Matoy is
Matoy's
already
coaching
joined in from Team Secret back then.
Yep, I mean,
it's good to know that he's already made quite a drastic shift on, you know, moving into a new position.
Correct. Ever since Team Secret, he joined Temp Entertainment, and then now with Vampire Esports as a coach. So he's partnering together with Sertani. Now they were champions of PMPL Thailand for Vampire Esports the year that Matoy joined. But when it comes to PMRC, up and down performance for them.
Yeah.
So what's your thought about having multiple coaches?
I feel like sometimes too many ideas may not be the best thing to have. Like you, as a player, sometimes you need to listen to a firm decision, a clear idea, and sometimes when you're in the game, you gotta be very snappy about making the right moves. So, this is probably one of the reasons why when we see teams like Vampire Esports, FaZe Clan going to the final circle, battling another squad, even with them coming up with advantage 4 versus 2, they took too long to assess the situation and eventually loses out that chicken dinner. Perhaps this might just be one of the reasons why where you were having so many ideas, but it's all about action at the end of the day.
Go through a curveball, right? They were PMPL Thailand champions.
Yeah.
When Matt Toy joined, when they had 2 coaches.
Yeah, it's also pretty interesting because Matt Toy, he's been away for so long. Just to, of course, segue back into this, and he has been learning throughout the course of PMPL NYSGPH for so many seasons already. So he definitely offered something absolutely different compared to what PMPL Thailand has always been about, you know, aggressive gameplay, going in for compound contests, and usually what Mount Toy was known for was to play the best defense possible. So I guess like that definitely worked out for the squad for that particular season. And after that, of course, teams have adapted with more and more of all these new names added in. So I guess having 2 to 3 of more staff over and back supporting you, not the worst thing to have. It's definitely an addition that could supplement in certain scenarios.
So the certain scenario might not be for PMRC then.
Maybe they're planning for the bigger picture because there's still PMWI coming up as well, and this is basically testing waters of how they could fare with some of all these other squads. And we've heard it from even teams from South Asia. They have been trying multiple different attempts to play perhaps a little bit more aggressive with the new point structures that's being implemented. And some even on new devices in preparation for PMWI as well.
Welcome to the Sir Cloud Contra podcast, ladies and gentlemen. So that's his thoughts. So, well, because the evolution of having a meta of 2 coaches or 3 coaches, basically multiple coaches, we don't have enough of a trend yet or a data point yet. So I guess it's still up for debate.
Yeah.
But for you guys at home, what do you guys think? Do you think that having 2 coaches, 3 coaches in a certain team works out or not? Because, well, it's still up for debate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And since we did actually, Matt, you know, we're part of certain organizations to look into the spectrum, I think there is a great thing to have because you can delegate very different tasks, like how do you dissect maybe half of the teams, because there's so many teams contesting, right? So once they work through the back end and like put the puzzle pieces together, then it will eventually turn out to be something that is a lot more efficient than just having one man to handle it all, because if all else fails, that one person is to be blamed sometimes.
Wow, okay.
I wouldn't say, okay, everybody looks at the coach and is like, hey, yeah, it's your fault. I mean, he's not in the game, right?
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's the players that are actually playing. But speaking about players that play, 4MV opening up the fight against AGI8. And at the same time, Hail Esports, they're kind of busy with FaZe Clan. And AGI8 countering back onto 4MV. So 2 fights happening at the same time.
It's SA versus SA here. 4 Miracle Vibes have continued with their onslaught here, but they do have one member being shut down. Blade has been able to flush 4MV off towards a different direction. That also allows a little bit more of a cover ground. AGIA taking far flanks. They will eventually take out Doc. I don't see a way how 4MV will be able to resuscitate some of all these knocked members, as IQ have consistently brought points back on the table for AGI8. These early games working so well for AGI8 throughout the course of the past couple of days.
Yeah, like that direction, right? Like we want to play a little bit more aggressive, going home with more elimination points, putting aside the placement points perhaps. But for them to do so, they have to win the fight against Hail Esports. Against 4MV in this compound. Shots fired out by Blade does connect. Super duper low right now for East, and he'll be hunted down by Blade himself, the Vampire Hunter.
He's one of the top Terminators throughout the past couple of days will have to do it all by himself. 1 versus 1 against SLATE for the time being. There is a flank going on, coming in from AGI. The time is nigh. He's got only 1 grenade to prepare, and IQ's about to push right in tandem with the rest of the squad of AGI. And he's holding on his ground just about right. He's gonna see if he's gonna get anything at all. Blade, he's gonna sub some damage, but he will be knocked down instead. Blade covers ground, and now Rifus is left all alone.
But now Rifus all alone. Will he continue on? I don't think so. I think it's time for him to bail. Now it's just a question of whether he can or not, whether he has vehicles nearby him. Because if he just runs out there, he'll be in an open area. Fala knows that he has the advantage. He's going in 50% of health left. For Rifus, Fala, 1 more nade onto Rifus and he'll be taken out. Okay, they're going to go in for a split push now. And looks like it's going to be a straight up push here for AGI as they know they landed the last few shots to take out 4MV.
Great efficiency displayed by AGI. Look at how well they isolate each target one after another. Sure, there was a knockover onto UZM with him being the casualty, but they've already gotten all the intel that they actually needed, that each respective members of 4MV were on different compounds, and they say, you know what? Let's just overwhelm them with numbers. And just like that, they've been able to also had a couple of all these long-range flanks and so, as well as trades to deny the backup coming in from 4MV to congregate again. And that's how AGI has always win those early game trades.
Looking good there for AGI again. 4 points as a start, not too bad. I mean, we're only at stage 3. We still have like 14 teams, and to get the first 4 points, so far so good for them. But you know who's even better? It's going to be FaZe Clan. 7 points so far.
I was about to touch on that because after the rupture that they had in that early game, that momentum kept swinging for the rest of FaZe Clan. And we may not actually see too much of a glimpse of what really went on their second fight. But speaking of fight, it's going to be Audrey brought down on his knees. The rest of STE says, we want school for ourselves. So you got to get out of the dorm right now. That leaves Snipes over the backside of the hill, staring down over on a corner of windows, not finding anything at all against STALWART Esports. So GEEK just really have to give this whole compound away. They have no other way to actually hold out. But for now, it's still pretty much early. GEEK fam, they have ample of options to rotate if they want to. But with STALWART actually restocking around this whole compound, they should have more than enough loot for days to fend off against other teams if ever the case that the circle will be pulling over on the corner. Meanwhile, over on the Pachinki, we got Leo as well as AGI8. And AGI8 has got their fingers itching to pick up fights after fights.
Yeah, I guess this is where we talk about also during the early part of the show, right? Like STE, I think, was a very good example. Look at the non-hesitation. Like when they execute something, it's like all in, no hesitation, no 50-50, like I always call it. And with that, one move, they're done. They clear out the compound and it's all theirs. In fact, now they managed to get another knockdown. I believe it was a long range because it was with a mini 14. But the whole point is that when they come in together and you don't see like, okay, one person left behind or one person's like slowed down. Everyone just arrives at the same time, takes over the compound. GEEK SLATE had no time to react.
Yeah, and it's absolutely unfortunate for them, but I guess there's always a silver lining to that. Now, GEEK SLATE, they do get that free access to get the open grounds to rotate towards the north side. Meanwhile, it's great news for the Indonesian squads. They've been around the warehouse in between Pachinki as well as school, so they'll be taking charge of the center of the upcoming phase for the time being. So teams will be on their rotation. Meanwhile, AGI8 has arrived towards the cathedral. This is where here IQ should be able to scout out ahead to see if the coast is absolutely clear. AGI8 should not have any trouble moving into the next stage of the game.
Oh, but speaking about trouble moving into the next stage, could it be trouble for YOODO Alliance as DRS is right below them, circling around the potato hill? And one thing about a lot of these South Asia teams is that even though they're on the outside of the circle, just like this, and the blue will come in, they are willing to lock teams on the outside, maximize their time in the blue. just so that they can get the most out of taking out the other team.
Yeah, overall, if we look back into the charts for both regions, Southeast Asia catches up very, very quickly. We started off the day close to 100 points of disparity for South Asia up ahead against SEA, and now it's going to be close to 50 points only. And what will happen by the end of this round could possibly be SEA evening up the Rackets YOODO Alliance, almost running into the rest of Mabetex, the winners of the Sanhok round. Couple of nades being lobbed in by Adik Luke. Just have a couple of clips of damage, but not really finding just about enough. Baron, he's gonna go back on his wheels. Adik Luke will miss the mark for now, but it doesn't really matter too much. Mabetex, they're just focusing on getting into the next phase, but they will have to wait for the time being.
Look, you have two South Asia teams, meaning that they were at the same trend of locking YOODO Alliance out. So for YOODO Alliance to get out of this, it's either they take the long rotation out in the blue, or they take the fight just like what Adik Luke is doing right now, knocking down Casey. And that will be the first opening for them to go in, but they have to do it quick.
And just like that from the back, Wally just covers with a flank, running him down with a buggy. Meanwhile, Leo's taken down. Olio, one tick of health left, taken out by Wally as well. Wally does it all. They've not secured the elimination points just yet, so they're going to be hunting out, but they need to ensure coast is clear. DRS gating the rest of the squad as well, being the third party in action. Shamil needs to find ways to shut out the rest of DRS to keep YOODO Alliance alive.
Oh, here we go. YOODO Alliance in trouble right now. Only Shamil as well as Flags, but at the same time, the blue has arrived. Stage 4 moving on to stage 5. Circle. At the same time, NBE will steal away that elimination point. T2K will be the next team to go out, but YOODO Alliance now in a dire position.
DRS playing the sweeper keeper methodology, just hugging by the corners of the blue zone. As much as it was very risky of them to do so, they are risk averse as they will have one member out of NBeSports. Fistboy trying to stay afloat. That will be covered by Giante. And also, Fnatic did land the final blow towards NBE.
Oh, we're not done yet with the fights. Vampire Esports against Leo. Leo on the lower ground. Vampire Esports has the elevation. And they still have the circle. They have one representative inside. They send out Ravenclaw at the forefront. Ravenclaw with the nade. He's out of frags. He got to move back. And right now, he got to be careful in case the counter nade comes in from Leo.
A lot of bend and creases for them to hide out for the time being. Leo will continue to stay put. Meanwhile, the rest of Vampire Esports decides to take the other route, moving further towards the northern side, and that's where we see STALWART Esports challenging the likes of Box Gaming. 1 versus 1. There is a layer of smoke that does protect Box Gaming for the time being, but that's not a reliable safety net for the time being. The rest of STE, they're being cornered by the rest of Box Gaming. They're trying to make a move. Icy is already on that buggy, and Kwang, he's got to do it quick. 2 members left for the side of Box Gaming. As much as they are overwhelmed with numbers, this is a position they can work with.
Yeah, they're trying to lock STE, but then again, STE is in the circle, so they will not be pressured by the blue at this moment. But they'll be pressured by the nade from Gosu. From the other side, it's Nurzak currently down. Icy goes in for the pickup, but Icy, beautiful cover by Tops, but fortunately from the other side, there's GEEK SLATE to finish him off.
So sly of GEEK SLATE to be able to rake in those numbers without doing all the hard work, but I guess it's still a clearance for Box Gaming to be able to cut across rather safely after having an entire squad shut off in the front of their eyes. Meanwhile, in the middle of it all, Leo just sitting ducks right now with Vampire striking them back. IQ trying to look for a little bit more of that cover with a squad waiting by the wings as well. Boom. Playing from a distance as they do have a compound for themselves. Vampire Esports have played around this vicinity a whole lot back in PMPL Thailand, and they will slowly strike down Soyam. And the day seems to be pretty much numbered for Leo. Not too sure if Liquid could stay alive.
Oh, Liquid just behind the tree. Somehow he still survives, but he's super duper low right now. One more shot there, he'll be taken out. Slipknot, 40% of health. Liquid is calling out for help as he will be eliminated. Now down to Slipknot, but it's going to be really, really hard for Slipknot. The moment they see him, he'll be taken out. But Yummy from the other side, long range at the Fala.
Great cover fire as Razy. They definitely have a bird's eye view after coming in with a swift rotation with Dacia. Now, that's going to be a hail of grenades being tossed over on the side of AGI, but from the back, a surprise attack coming in. Meanwhile, Blade holds down the rest of Vampire Esports as well. Two members being shut down. AGI8, they see this as the golden opportunity to run them all over, but Blade goes down. It's really down to Fallout, and boom, comes into the picture as well. Yummy takes on Blade, and it's helter-skelter over the west side.
Oh, it's going to be Yummy stealing away the elimination point. Now Fallout 1v1 with the DBS, and Fallout will win. This is AGI8. 11 elimination points when we still have 7 teams alive.
7 frags on Fallout's name itself. He's definitely doing wonders, but can he take on the entirety of Boom? 1 versus 3. He still got the shotgun up and ready, but he could not take out Yummy, the god of the DBS from Indonesia.
Oh yeah, I mean he was surrounded, right? If he can pull off a clutch there, that would be insane. But anyway, still great job for them. Despite their number 7 finish in this round, 11 eliminations. I would say job done.
Yeah, and it's more than just having their job well executed. This is basically them earning more than the chicken dinner just by elimination points itself. And I'm surprised Box Gaming have stayed afloat for the longest time, but just by the edges. But the circle absolutely does not favor the Vietnamese squad. Meanwhile, the rest of Alter Ego have not moved out of this compound for most part of the game. FaZe Clan has joined them from the south side. Meanwhile, Wally has arrived at the scene, met with a couple of all these tags coming in from Kwang as well as Box Gaming. Onsens finds Potato. That's only going to be a knock, but Alter Ego should be able to go in for the pickup.
Oh, not the best position for Wally as Box Gaming will try to take him down, but luckily he's still alive. He will reset back to 80% health. Now Box Gaming forced to move because the circle is closing. They will get into the circle, probably unchallenged, but Gosu still putting pressure onto the right side. That's going to be Boom. Razy is there as Yummy waiting to give them a surprise. Yummy, clear line of sight to take down Kwang.
Oh, so unfortunate for Kwang. He already lost 1 tire, so he didn't really have the speed to avoid any of all these shots. Yummy has been waiting around that sector of the stone for the longest time. And now it's really down to Gosu for Box Gaming. It's been a while since we actually see Box Gaming move into a top 5 position as he's fighting tooth and nail to get right in. He's got not much time, and if he's gonna do so, he's gonna bow out. No chance whatsoever. I think they settled for 6.
Yeah, no vehicle, open area. Pretty much the idea was just to deny the point. So now we're down to the top 5 teams with 14 players still alive. And as always, in any top 5, you will always have a Mongolian team.
And the overall MAB, as much as they are around, they're only having 1 member to play this one out, and that is Wally. Mr. Reliable, we call him, because every single time we see Mabetex survive to the late game, Wally manages to pull off clutches of his own multiple times. So him hugging by the corner of these creases can only protect him for so long. 1 grenade lands perfectly on towards Sonics. And Yummy, lo and behold, the Wonder Boy from Indonesia doing so much damage to GEEK SLATE.
Oh, 1 more to go. That's going to be Damroot. The nade will be tossed onto him. They know he's behind the airdrop, but the nade will not connect. Achul tossing out another nade. Damroot going towards Snipes, but looks like, is he going to go in for the pickup? Yes, he will, but the nade onto him, and that is it. Snipes was the bait. He took it, and Boom will be happy to take home the point.
All calculated by the rest of Boom Esports, and Aku's gonna find another one from a different angle as well. One after another, Boom cleans up the floor, 8 frags in hand, and is poised to run in with another Indonesian squad of their own. Alter Ego has 4. FaZe Clan, I'm not sure what are the chances here with the Lone Ranger surviving, but very likely than not, this is pretty much a chicken dinner secured for Southeast Asia.
Well, it will be interesting to see if Onsen can pull off a third party to pull out the backstab against these 2 teams. But before that, he has to wait for them to fight. Unfortunately for him, time is on his side as he is closest to the blue.
And look at how many grenades Boom Esports have in their hands. After taking out multiple squads, they've been able to restock countless of numbers of frag grenades, and now challenging against Alter Ego in the open grounds. This is definitely going to be a little bit dicey as Alter Ego is coming late to the picture. Well, Onsens tried to pick one up. He's going to be on foot. He's going to be late to the scene as well. So he has to run towards the direction of Alter Ego. With those shots being fired off, they already have his location identified.
Yeah, he don't have much space to play with. The best that he could do at this point is just to slide into the building and hoping that the two teams are distracted with each other. At this point, he still does not have the circle. Not too sure if eyes are still kept onto him, but hopefully that will be the case. If not, he can bring a surprise to Alter Ego.
Onsens hanging through a thin line, creating layers of smokes. He's gonna walk directly to the face of Alter Ego. The tree mask will definitely strike fear through the eyes of Onsens as he's being held all the way back. Akil doing such a phenomenal job through long range. A 2-1 split going on for Boom Esports at the time being. Yummy will take down the very final member of FaZe Clan, and it has been a beautiful run for the Thai squad.
Well, literal run there for Onsens. Unfortunately, the run will end. And now we're going to have an all-Indonesia finale with the circle. Still 50-50 for all of them. Stage 8 circle will be the final circle. Stage 9 will close entirely. They have about 35 more seconds before the zone starts to close. But Boom is so far the closest to the blue.
Akul as well as Rosemary will play very vital roles for their respective teams. They're going to be watching for these flank angles. And Rosemary so far has not been spotted out just yet, but Razy does have a clear idea of what's going on. Potato, they spot out a kill. So this is definitely going to be a little bit more pressure on the side of Boom as they need to move directly into the circle. And that's where they're now being stuck all together, but they're using these vehicles as a small little bunker for the time being. Alter Ego slowly plotting this one out. They're on the wheels as well.
At this point, they pretty much can't go any further than this ditch because across that little hill is going to be an open space. So they must take the fight somehow here. But then again, there's advantage towards Alter Ego as the sprays coming in from Razy from the other side, managing to get a knockdown. Gone to Potato. Can he get more? Octas is low as well, but no advantage taken by Boom just yet because they know there's at least 3 more from Alter Ego around.
And that line of fire for Razy is just giving him so much space to punish some of these members of Alter Ego. 10 points in for Boom Esports. They're looking for the final 3 points to back the chicken dinner with 23. Razy being forced by the blue zone as well. So right now, Alter Ego is actually taking control of 50% of the map. Boom Esports really have to rely on their firepower to stay afloat in this competition.
Yeah, firepower will determine it because both teams have strong firepower. The same amount of players each. At this point, Boom Esports with 10 eliminations, whereas for Alter Ego, 4 eliminations for their team. And now with stage 9 in, the circle will close entirely. Boom Esports will be pressured by the blue. They'll be forced to move. That's why they're creating the smoke bridge. But unfortunately, while the smoke's out of time.
Only 24 seconds left on the clock, and they got to make their run in. Rosemary is holding the line, and there's so little space left. The blue slowly creeping right in, and they did get a couple of shots in against Fnatic. And now down to Cool. Can he find Rosemary? If he does, it will open the spot, but they take down Fnatic.
Oh, Nate here onto Rosemary, but Rosemary will not be fazed by it. Acho with the nade as well to Rosemary, that should connect. Yes, it will! Rosemary down, only Octa left.
Octa, what can he do in this position? 2 versus 1. Razy, he knows he's right there, and he will prime. Nades after nades. It will slowly chip out the health of Octa, but they are all prone on their bellies. Razy taking a dire attempt. And they want to strike goal with a final go at this. Octa now being pincered off, 2 angles to work with, and he's got to find ways to shut them all down. And yes, they will. Boom! Takes the victory in a convincing fashion.
Well, that was all down to utility usage from Boom. Their throwables hit very, very well towards the end, taking down Rosemary. The moment they know Rosemary's cleared, they only need to focus on the Octa in one area. And from that onwards, they just need to funnel everything onto him, and that's how they close up the game.
Just perfect execution coming in from Boom, and we saw they were playing in these open grounds for such a long time, especially with that huge run in coming in from all these teams like 8, GI8, and also the Thai squads over onto Western Plains. After all those scores were settled, they have a lot of room to the north side. Alter Ego were forced to move out of the compound that they've been holding on from the start of the game. And even so, we thought, hey, perhaps they should be able to see some of these movements. They didn't manage to actually strike down any of these targets, but early game, it was all about FaZe Clan as well as Aegon I8 to rack majority of these points.
Yeah, it could have went anywhere to any team. You can't think about it. But what? And also, if I were to recall, Boom actually has lesser area to play because they're closer with the blue, and the blue was putting pressure onto them. But because they had more utilities towards the end, they created a smoke bridge, opening more space for themselves, and with the frag grenade onto Rosemary, that was pretty much the decider for them to get the chicken dinner.
Yeah, I gotta say, that was basically the big play that had been brought forward by the rest of Boom, as well as a cool, really giving them a little bit more of a ground to hold on to by having so many of all these angles to be well secured by the end of it all. And Boom, just take a look at all these reels. They've been on an absolute monstrous form, just stomping teams after teams after teams, despite the odds not really having too much of a cover to begin with.
Yeah, so open space, that's why it was 50-50, but at the end of the day, it was down to the really small details, the utility usage. And I noticed that Alter Ego didn't have healing utilities towards the end as well. But that is from us, ladies and gentlemen. Let's allow our analysts to do the breakdown. Let's not take their jobs away. Pass it back to Tash as well as Choo Choo. Let's go.
Thank you very much, casters. And what a game to open up our Erangel maps for today, where we saw Boom Esports taking up the helm, where I think in the last few days, it has been South Asia that has been coming out on top. Now, Boom coming to the top here is a very interesting situation coming into the game, given the fact that Boom Esports, I think toward the second last circle, didn't have as many amount of eliminations until they are able to get 13 toward the end.
For the start of Boom, I mean, like, that was a really tough call for them, but they learn and adapt really fast based on the previous votes they studied from the team coming out from South Asia. But this one, I have to give it really to Achul. He pulled so much for those perfect nades, dropping a couple of Kobe's and open up the space for the rest of the team. Is because of, not because of Achul. He's my personal MVP, but Yummy, you're incredible too, okay? I hope you're feeling well now, because last time I saw him, he wasn't feeling that well when you were doing a different game and tournament at that time. But coming up from Yummy and alongside with Achul, who actually pull out a lot of weight this time, it's not just Yummy. I love this duo working their way, open up the angles and making sure they can make a space for the team. If you notice coming from Boom, right, the way they play, they change it drastically compared to last few days. They played alongside the circle instead of playing on the outer circle. It's always a debacle between you play inner or on the center of the circle, but for Boom, they played not too far from a circle.
Yeah, they were mostly playing toward the, I would say, the corners of the circle side, and it's understandable because they wanted to take advantage of the terrain, because the middle side of circle is actually kind of like a crater, and it's also the reason why GEEK SLATE was able to be knocked out by Boom Esports, because they were in the middle side and the nades just really blew them out. But looking at the overall rankings here, you can already start to see the shrink between number 1 and number 2 gap, which is what I think you were already expecting to see today. So good call on that, Choo Choo.
Mine is like a bit delayed for my, you know, I was going for Alter Ego, but just now, I think in the case of Alter Ego, the thing is they have to fight against FaZe Clan, one player left, right? So that gave away the position, and Boom know exactly where they're at. And what I talked about, what Boom learned over the few days, is going to be against the best scenario is still, sorry, YOODO Alliance, but if you think about 4MV versus YOODO Alliance, YOODO Alliance position is exactly how Alter Ego was just now. They fan out. But on the fact side of Boom, they know for the fact they don't have space, and they cannot fan out. Maybe it's a bit too late for them. They know that Alter Ego already take those off angles. So why not we work as a tree? So even if it's being spotted out, it's impossible for one person for that particular angle can pin down 3 at the same time.
Exactly.
So you can have a support fire in case you rush into that certain person, right?
Right.
So I think Boom really performed so it is studied all the past few days there.
Yeah, I think it's really good that they have that trade potential coming through as well. And firepower definitely very, very high for them. Again, we talked about I would say, the resource management coming in from the teams here. And I think that seeing how many more resources Boom Esports had toward the end really shows a statement. Now, coming toward, I think, Alter Ego. Honestly, I thought Alter Ego was going to have it just like you because they had the compound. They were holding on to a big area for quite some time. And even though the circle was not given to them, Boom Esports still managed to do that. I wanted to say that maybe FaZe was the game changer. Not really, because Yummy made sure, Yummy was the reason why he was, FaZe Clan was knocked out at 3rd place. Regardless, coming through here, I think the teamwork coming in from Boom Esports is definitely something worth talking about. But at the same time, I think toward the beginning part of the game, we saw a very aggressive FaZe Clan. They actually got, I think, toward Circle 5, they had like 7 eliminations.
And that's kind of true. I mean, that's the risk coming up from the side of FaZe Clan. They definitely want to perform, like everybody wants to play as aggressive as possible.
Yeah.
The problem is you cannot cover every angle there. As it's going to be 360 degrees. You can just cover around 30 degrees by yourself, right? But when it comes to the Erangel, this is the first ever team of South Asia won themselves that Erangel. But will it be more or back to South Asia dominating it? We're going to head the break for a bit, Tash. We're going to see you guys after this.
Welcome to Dynaground. Hello, my name is Owen and I'm your professional Dyna rider. Today I'll be teaching you how to ride a dinosaur and win that chicken dinner. Now, let's begin. Relax, don't be scared. That's the sound of the mighty T-Rex. Now, here's the first dinosaur encounter. I want you to meet my girl Vicky, my sweet little raptor. Look how cute she is.
Isn't she lovely?
Vicky or raptors, they're the most vicious and fastest beasts in the world. To ride a dinosaur, first you must build trust. They are carnivores. They eat meat. You have to feed them off. They will think that you are their friend, not food. Once they trust you, they will be a great companion. However, taming a dinosaur can be seen. Experience dinosaur taming and riding the all-new version of PUBG Mobile Dynaground. Explore Dyna Settlement and Wild Reserve and embark on a prehistoric adventure in the Battle Royale game. Come and play now.
Two games have been played where one of them is dominated by Southeast Asia. Will South Asia take it away or will Southeast Asia pull ahead? Tash Bunny here, alongside Choo, your analyst for today as we go into our third map, Erangel, once again.
And I'm still waiting if we finally overtake of the overall accumulated points between the regions. And so far it's been closing up the gap. Not too far, even the first and second place, just 10 points of difference compared to yesterday.
Yeah, we're starting to see that gap start to shrink, and this is where things get serious between these teams. While it was a very, I would say, convincing, explosive start here for South Asia, we're starting to see Southeast Asia start to pull back ahead. But for now, we're going to be looking at the head-to-head here. GEEK SLATE is up against NBeSports. What do you think, Choo?
I mean, like, GEEK SLATE definitely showed their prowess when it comes to Miramar map. Not so much when we saw them last time in Erangel, but definitely one of the best teams from South Asia right now. Damage-wise, you have to give it to NBeSports. Now, NBeSports, they the type of team, you know, when they've been cornered, they bite you back.
Yeah.
And they will keep on biting people.
Yeah.
One of the best example also T2K here, because they are the one that will lock their target, and they tunnel their vision to chase you down no matter what other things are against them. They are the type of team that like the Raptors.
Yeah. We were just looking at the ad and I was like losing my mind. It's a very funny ad. Regardless, coming back into today's matches here, and I think, my predictions for game one was, well, correct, but coming into game two here, I was honestly taken off guard. As an analyst, we can only see predictions based on patterns that we've seen, and to see Southeast Asia come back to our day three here, well, I would say it's not something I expected, but it is definitely something that we've seen in the past, where we start to see, teams like Esports, teams like, GEEK SLATE start to come up toward the last few days. Regardless, I'm still team thinking it's going to be, STE coming up here, but what about you, Choo?
Oh, definitely, it's going to be NBeSports. I've been talking about them a lot.
Okay.
And for the side of the Mongolian team specifically,
okay,
when it comes to the open circle, if you witness between South Asia region how they play, how they close up the game, it's slightly slower than the side of South Asia, right?
Yeah.
Because they're the type of team that, you know what, you want to fight, we fight. And South Asia on the other voice is like, we observe first.
Yeah, the wait and see method. While I do like that wait and see method, I would like to see all the players to be on board on the same page. Whether or not this will change will be the question I like to ask here. Contra and Sir Cloud, how do you do?
Well, we're doing great so far, Tash Bunny, and I just absolutely love the pace of the past two games, and we finally see the first chicken dinner of Erangel for Southeast Asia, and I wonder if, SA will really felt that this is going to be a huge rupture of the ground to really shake things up. And perhaps this might have actually awoken a different level of beast of what SA will bring to the table this time around.
Right, to a certain extent, right? I'll be observing. I'll be looking forward to see whether the pattern of what was mentioned at the analyst desk before this is that Southeast Asia, in general, they are teams that like to warm up first.
Yeah.
So now we are at the 50% mark, right? Well, not really the 50%, but we still have the last 2 days to go to see whether that actually becomes a trend or not. Now that we've completed the 2 rounds, this could be the decider here, ladies and gentlemen, as we head on to match number 3.
As we approach our day 3 match here, heading into match 3, we're about 75% there to conclude the whole regional clash. But of course, those of you guys tuning in, continue to support your favorite region as well as your favorite teams that are currently battling as we take our flight path here on our second map of Erangel of the day from the northwest eastern corner all the way into Sanhok military base. So far as it goes, we've already seen Mongolia triumph for most part of the past couple of days, and this form of shakeup definitely is very refreshing because on the final of few teams remaining on the past round, majority of that consisting of Southeast Asia teams, especially we see massive improvements coming in from squads like FaZe Clan.
Yeah, FaZe Clan always started off well, always having the first blood. So far 2 rounds in a row. Let's see if they get the opportunity here, since we still have quite a side flight path and the opportunity might be presented to them. But other opportunities that I see that has changed in this round is GEEK SLATE Before this, they like to start inside of North Jolopol. But for this round, they changed their draw spot to the areas of Kameshki-ish and Stalberg. So it's going to be a shift for them. But unfortunately for them, maybe they wish they would have started off in Jolopol because the circle is there.
As much as they love to be in their hometown, I believe the flight path is telling them, yeah, maybe it's not the wisest of choice to drift through the parachutes by doing so. So hopefully SLATE will eventually find those vehicles in order to get back into the town of George. Meanwhile, look at what we do have across that favorite pier. Vampire Esports, Aegon I8, Leo, they're floating across those regions around Gatka, and I think this will be the focal point because there's going to be a lot of these teams. They're also circulating across the Sanhok military base sector with 3 teams docking their way into the island. Meanwhile, UZM, the first member to bow of Aegon I8 on the past round, will have to actually do a lot this round as Falak opens fire and finds Flukov to kickstart our round 3.
It's always Aegon I8, right? Having a lot of action early, like maybe until 3rd or 4th phase or stage of the circle. And then when it comes to the middle stage onwards, they seem to struggle. Like they do well early to mid. But late game, we don't get to see much action for them because by that time, it's either they're low on manpower or they're totally out.
Yeah, and nevertheless, that makes them an exciting squad to actually watch, which is why, like, over in South Asia, they have plenty of fans cheering on for them. And on that past round, Falak, the last I saw him check out over onto that past matchup, he's got, what, 7 elimination points back for the side of Aegon I8. So those results from the early rounds of battles definitely bring a lot back to the table despite them not making it to top 5 situations as often as they like. But if they actually do, with those staggering amount of points, that can actually even match up to Boom Esports.
Yeah, you gotta think about it, right? So they got 11 eliminations at that time, and they went out at number 7 or 8 at that moment. So again, it's the midpoint out of all the teams left. And that's where they struggle during the second half. So if they somehow can fix that second half, they will be one of the powerhouses among all these teams.
Yeah, we definitely do see huge potential coming in from Aegon I8. Meanwhile, 4MV still is a force to be reckoned with, but kickstarting off our past 2 rounds, they do have struggles of their own. As much as they are number 1, but it seems like certain things have stagnated a little bit for this Mongolian squad. Like, I'm not sure if you noticed, like, maybe back in Sanhok, they had a couple of all these other run-ins as well. Erangel, I wasn't too sure what really halted their progress.
I would give it like, oh, it's just one game for them.
Yeah, it's just one game.
Yeah.
There's many more to go for MV.
Yeah, because if we look at like the percentage, it is still generally the Mongolian teams taking home most of the chicken dinners. So
yeah,
and like in PUBG Mobile, it is a marathon game, right? So you are bound to have that one game that you don't really do well. So it just happens.
Yeah.
But as long as you can create that lead for yourself, you can create still, even though you're not in the lead, but you can create the amount of point gap that is not too far away and you're still putting yourself in contention. I think losing that one game is something that in general they can drop.
Yeah, all they have to be making sure of is to not rest on their laurels because Boom is definitely catching up to them. Currently with only 10 points of a difference between number 1 as well as number 2. And look at the rise of FaZe Clan. They've already hit the 100-point mark after that massive round back in Erangel. To replicate that, this time around will definitely take a lot of effort. Also do remember this as well. FaZe Clan, when they play back in PMPL Thailand, South Georgia Pole is their grounds, which they now will have to contest SLATE for it. Though opening up this map, we see neither teams getting into that zone itself. Maybe it's something that we will have to subscribe to heading into the later stages of the match that these 2 teams might lock horns.
Ooh, okay. Interested to see what will NBE do here. Not too sure if they have the information that another team is on their left. That was Hail Esports. But I guess maybe both teams are like, okay, because they are still on wheels, open position, now these teams really have a good advantage based on the terrain. That's why like, okay, don't take the fight in such a situation whereby you don't have advantage for yourself, whether it is the terrain or whether it's information about the other team. Then they just head to the objective, which is the compound just below of Gaka Mountain. But on the other side, we got Alter Ego and Rosemary again.
Oh my, the vendetta continues. Rosemary, he's got a double in his hands. That run-in coming from Pondbit sees him not being able to prepare himself after climbing over that window. And Yummy's got to pin down some of these members of T2K rotating from afar. Jane had to turn back with his Thea as they travel on that bike. Jane, he's gonna find them with the M4. And I just absolutely love the long-range traits that T2K offers time and time again.
Oh, and they finish off with a splat onto Yummy. So looks like Boom will lose their DPS King, unfortunately. As for Razy, he's super duper low. If we pass by the NB will take the shot. And with that one shot needed to eliminate Razy, Boom Esports from hero to, unfortunately, this round 0.
Oh my. They just absolutely overheated. They were not only dealing with Alter Ego, they were flushed out of that area, and T2K, on that happenstance, in the brink of that rotation, they see this as a perfect opportunity to strike. And the moment that the rest of Alter Ego, or should I say Boom, hops back into the bike, they were basically left bare in the open. And I'm just absolutely surprised to see Boom not walking away with any points at all.
Right, since we have Alter Ego on screen, right? And today we have Tash with us for day number 1. I want to share a story. So the other day, when I...
All right.
Yeah, and Tash is here literally beside us. So the other day when I met Rosemary, so of course we opened up talking about other things, but it came to a conversation where Rosemary says, hey, you know what? I want to take a picture with Tash. And he was too shy to ask for Tash's picture. And not only that, we up one for him. We said that, hey, Rosemary, why don't you get an interview with Tash as well together with it?
Oh.
Yeah.
Did that happen?
Well, the picture taking happened because I had to drag Tash to the Indonesian
Oh,
team's
you're
room.
such a wingman.
Of course, we bros, man. We bros now. And after that, I told Coach Ken, who is now the coach for Boom Esports. I said that, Coach, if you guys get an interview, make sure you drag him there. And it's like, okay, bro, gotcha.
Looks like Tash has got a suitor waiting for her. For now, that has to wait because they got to focus on the game, which, you know, get distracted and 16th place you go.
Okay, I wanted to add on since you mentioned distraction, right? Rosemary said that, no, if I take picture with her, I can't focus, I will lose the game. They still did well anyway.
Oh, yeah. And that is the power of
Tash.
I want to say love. It's too soon to say. Too soon to say.
I think Rosemary is single though. Just saying, you know. Well, I didn't really ask whether it's single or not. Not that I care.
Well, of course, we leave their personal lives aside for now, as there's so much going on inside of Erangel for now. A little bit
inside
of
Tash's head. Yeah.
Meanwhile, of course, FaZe Clan has one member being knocked out from the far east. A lot of all these teams are vying to take spots around the fields of Gatka as well as Mount Gatka. I don't think there's any saving grace for Venturis this time around. Box Gaming, they fancy their chances picking off teams rotating from afar. Mabetex, driving their way past towards the hill. And later on, we'll be joined with many other teams as well. For now, these are just the noisy neighbors, so I guess we got more time for love stories.
Oh. I do have more though, not gonna lie.
Okay, tell me more. What else happened in the recent events that, you know, I've not been keeping tabs on?
Well, I mean, we tried to refine Tash's preference.
Oh, okay.
But fortunately, she keeps rejecting all of them.
Oh,
yeah.
picky girl.
Yeah, I mean, she has the right though.
Yeah. I mean,
if you know what I mean.
She's been working really hard. She's Miss Independent. She knows it all. Like, the perfect package needs the perfect guy, right? Like, you just gotta wait for the perfect one sometimes.
Just like for MV right now, waiting for the right moment to strike onto DRS.
Yeah.
But it does look like 4MV will take the fight because they're by the edge of the circle, and when the circle shifts, it's like, okay, straight up, take the fight at the compound and get into it. But GEEK SLATE, wait a second.
What on earth is going on? GEEK, what are you waiting for? They're all the way in Ceremony. Can they survive? Because they got to even catch all the way to the far west corners of the map. Everybody is already inside of the area. Some of the teams, sure, inside of Gatka. GEEK, they may not even stand a chance to even fight because they are battling the zone instead.
Well, I mean, I understand that, okay, you can still tank it out, but...
Stage 3, still doable, I would say.
Doable? Okay, it also depends on how much utility they have, right? But here's the trade-off. By the time you enter into the circle, assuming that you survive, you have the least of first aids left.
I guess it's great that they do have a lot of pit stops to work with. Falak continues on his streak. He spots one member coming in from Leo. And that is going to be a tough one for Leo to walk out of this situation as they are by the corners of the Swamp Lake. Aegon IA, Falak. Look at the damage he does. An average of 303 damage per round. That's securing at the very least 2 takedowns in the round. Or without helmets and all these gears, that's 3.
Yeah. I mean, talk about consistency, right? Yeah, but let's see the consistency can remain here as AGIA looks to be interested to try to crash into Leo. But is it going to be worthwhile for them? They have them surrounded though, but they're both in the circle, so I guess it's still a 50-50 decision. But for YOODO Alliance, not going to be a 50-50. STE around them. Ade Luke knocks down Nerzit and finishes him off.
A perfect catch as STE drove on by, not knowing that Adik Luke is just waiting right around the corner. All these gatekeeping methodologies being set up by YOODO Alliance is paying dividends as YOODO Alliance will now lock onto the target. STE will have, at the very least, a bunker to work with. The Sniper's Nest, some may call, the Harry Potter Tower, the Mushroom Tower. There's many names, whichever one you want. Take a pick, but action. If there's anyone to hold him out, it has to be him. He's got 4 frag grenades. This is about enough to really take on the rest of YOODO Alliance, but this is definitely a long distance to cover. No damage being done just yet.
Yeah, this is where I would say YOODO Alliance, their confidence will be tested. Now they know that their opponent is STE after taking out Nerzit, because obviously before you do the elimination, you wouldn't know. I mean, from a player's perspective. So with them knowing that, it's like, oh, STE, are they going to be like, oh, STE? Or are they going to go like, oh, STE?
No. I feel like at this moment, YOODO Alliance have already seen so many different scenarios before. They've even reached like top 2 scenarios. And they're just basically having a lot of open ground. And look at the sector. There's just so many teams still left alive, and they're battling for such an open space to work with.
Finally, I see GEEK in sight, way up north there, just below hospital. But they're still tanking out the blue. The fact that Audrey stopped around the areas of hospital, assuming that he is healing himself, but Sonic's taken out by the zone.
Looking for a doctor.
Wait, GEEK says snipes as well? Wait.
Oh no.
Wait, this is what we talked about.
And they're just so close on making it out. Meanwhile, while all that's happening, there is Leo challenging the rest of Aegon I8. They were forced to make a move. Slipknot being cornered up, and it's Mabetex that gets flushed out by the rest of Hill from another sector of a fight. Multiple fights taking place as there's not really much areas to hide out over onto the west plains of the field. Some of them playing by the shores, some of them already having compounds, but Blade starting to pile on the pressure. It's got to find Slipknot. Falak will need a little bit of a helping hand for now. It shouldn't be too problematic. T2K will join in later on. Gete runs into STE. So that actually opens up 1 point for the Mongolian squad, but they still have to keep going.
Yeah, they will finish up the job here with one from DRS on his knees. But honestly, I still have I still have the question of like GEEK SLATE, because they lose 2 to the zone just like that. I mean, you can argue like, oh, because they changed their draw spot to Kamishki, they're unfamiliar, but
They had ample time.
They had ample time, and come on, they've played this game for the longest time, right? They would have known the resources versus ability to travel.
Yeah, especially like knowing the phases damage as well. You cannot underestimate it past stage 3 as well. So taking too long of a journey, maybe they need to also stop by for some gas cans, and that could always be a bummer if you couldn't find any. I'm actually interested to see how things go for YOODO Alliance, because they've been staying put for a long while. T2K takes over the position where S2E used to be at, and Rig is going up for the challenge. He lost his helmet already, got the DBS on hand, soaking some damage from the frag grenade as the rest of YOODO Alliance approaches. Jane holding over back of the heel, and this is where Riggs gets taken down, and an opening room for the rest of YOODO Alliance to march on forward.
But T2K still has a circle. They can reset. Jane nades down Ade Luke. And Jane tosses the second nade. Jane needs to get back to safety as the rest of YOODO Alliance still has Ade Luke covered. Ade Luke at the hill will be picked up by Shamil. And now with the smoke giving them extra cover, but the smoke will not cover them for the blue.
Definitely not going to be the case. Time is of the essence for both of these squads. T2K, they can't afford to stay put for too long. Rakes eventually will be eliminated, but Adik Luke, he gets knocked down by the blue zone. And this is what you were talking about. They have to deal with Jane. Jane, he's just gonna gamble his fate right here on the outskirts. Olio brought down, and Jane again clutches it off for T2K, but they will also suffer the wrath of the zone. It's all down to flags. YOODO Alliance will survive to tell the tale.
Shamil should be able to crawl inside to safety and be picked up by Flax. But will be left with the duo who's going to do it towards the end. And right now for Miracle Vibes on the outside of the circle, but we move on to DRS, tanking out the blue still against AGI8.
Again and again, it's Fallock on duty. This time, Blade gets brought down by Killer YT. They met their match against DRS. Killer YT, he's got to heal up. I don't think he has time. Can he survive? Killer, he will not. And that is just going to be quite the difficult feat for him to pull his way through into the next phase. A 13th place finish for DRS, and this is definitely a very, very difficult round. It's up Erangel with a huge nade being dropped in. Leo, after all those challenges across the swamp, they met their maker, and it is for Miracle Vibes to take them out.
Yeah, that final nade, I mean, it looked like an off angle, but it had enough damage because Slipknot only at 50% health. So it was enough damage at the end of the day to take him out. So that was just nice, I must say.
Yeah. And this terrain over on the Western Plains is rather interesting because you see a lot of open spacing within the field, which means that certain teams, they can't afford to even bypass those sections. GEEK SLATE, they now have to challenge the rest of Hill that's right below the swamps. As they push on forward, they find Audrey. Everything done. Flash gets brought down on his knees, and Damroot crashes out. Sky only will be able to fend them off. GEEK SLATE this time, no points whatsoever inside of Erangel. But while all that is happening, STE man-marked the entirety of the rest of Hill, so it's still going to be difficult for Hill to get out of this mess.
I see the last man standing for STE, the newest member transferred from IHC Esports. And now he will try to defend his ground against the other teams, but now putting focus on the FaZe Clan. A lot of pressure to Hill Esports with the next toss over from the other side. At the same time, YOODO Alliance is going to come in. They are in the circle, but the next issue for YOODO Alliance is how will they get across the road?
It's definitely going to be very, very difficult, especially with a lot of all these members of Hill coming in from the back. FaZe Clan trying to hold up another brethren coming in from Thailand. Meanwhile, while all of that is going on, AGIA have gotten Fallock being knocked down yet again on the open grounds, and this is where it comes down to close proximity. Shamil trades back, but they don't have enough to hold out Hill, and this has got to be the most significant improvement coming in from the PMPL Thai squad.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, they are ruthless so far. 7 elimination points in the bag. So far the highest among them all. But that might change now with FaZe Clan knocking Tiger. And now with Hill Esports still stuck. How are they going to get out of this? They're on the lower ground with FaZe Clan the high ground. But Mela knocked down. Beautifully done by Sky Only.
Sharp eyes on Sky Only. And we thought that those attempts coming from Mela was already beautiful enough. He one-ups FaZe Clan. And now both sides only having one member apiece. Of course, they're hoping to go in for the rescue as well. Huge nade being dropped towards the OZM. Final member remaining for the side of Aegon I8. Another elimination goes to the back of STALWART Esports with Icy securing that knockout. Meanwhile, Alter Ego trying to stay afloat. They do have a lot of room over on towards the northern plains, but they need to get in the circle, and Box Gaming is trying to stop them from coming into the next zone.
Oh, FaZe Clan. A little bit of elevation here for them, but they don't have good vision onto other teams, but that's okay as long as they can get into the circle safely. But can't say the same for Vampire Esports, number 9. But no points. That means 0 points for them in this round.
Yeah, remember how the flight path actually started? A lot of all these teams having struggles to even secure ground because it's in such a zone which is not often seen in many of all these tournaments. And at the very same time, you don't really have proper compounds that helps you defend or even allow you to have enough of that elevation to actually seek out targets, which is why we see so many of all these battles taking place from the corners of the map, which a lot of all these teams suffered casualties not towards players, but actually the blue zone itself. Alter Ego on the attempt to crack open this building against the rest of Box Gaming. Box Gaming trying to hold on to their lives. Alter Ego still got plenty of resources to work with.
Oh, here we go. FaZe Clan. Sky Only currently down. Nonsen wants to secure the elimination point, but Alter Ego is coming onto Box Gaming. Box Gaming still has to compound with a full squad, but Alter Ego NBE will be on to take down Fnatic. So it looks like they have something else to deal with from afar as well. Now Alter Ego down to only 1 player left.
A perfect defense being held by the rest of Box Gaming, and now down towards Rosemary. He's only got that S1 shotgun in hand. Can he actually do more with it? The rest of Box Gaming is just hunting out for him. He's just hoping that this is going to be it. Goes in for a 1-tap. He gets it. 2 more to go. Box Gaming still has the numbers at hand, but it's going to be another squad that will also arrive to the scene as well. And NBE, they saw what's going on. They want a piece of the pie.
Oh yeah, NBE Mondo opening up the fight, but at the same time for MV, they are in trouble going up against SCE. Apex needs to pick up his teammate. The revive will kick in, but the smoke, how long will it last? How much cover will it give them? As we move back onto Box Gaming, playing by the edge of the circle, it's very likely the circle will move away from them, so they need to be prepared to go up against NBE.
Majority of the squads here having at least a little bit of a casualty of their own. The only 2 teams that's having the biggest struggle right now is STE as well as Hale, with only 1 member surviving. So I see at the very least is closer towards the center of the ground, so he will have a little bit more of a spacing to work with. Meanwhile, not so much for Tiger. He's just hugging by the edges here. Same goes for the rest of the members of 4MV, but that's 3 members that they could basically survive with to tell the tale to look for a chicken dinner. FaZe Clan, you see a very different approach this time around. They're playing it slowly. They've only got 1 elimination point so far, keeping themselves safe, but not safe for much longer with Apex. Looking around the corner, looking for the tags. Spots out Mormon, does some damage. He knows that the rest of the squad will be around. He spots out all these vehicles with 4 Miracle vibes. Will just trying to come in with a huge wraparound and hopes that when FaZe Clan is about to move, that's where they will pick him off.
And there's almost no way for Tiger to move. He needs to get across the road. He doesn't have to circle. The moment he step out, he'll be shot at. All crosshairs onto him. Now FaZe Clan making their own move, smoking up the road. As Box Gaming sees them, Box Gaming knows exactly where they are. Icy still staying put. Nobody knows he's there.
Teams are forced to play on these open spaces. FaZe Clan have a couple of spokes to work with. And Onsens, quick thinking, quick taps on towards Apex, brings 1 member down from the side of 4 Miracle vibes. A revive should be set right in. Onsens needing to cook up a grenade. Perhaps this is a chance coming in from Icy, but he's covered within the shack, not really having angles to work with. Long lobs doing some chip damage towards the side of 4 Miracle vibes. While that's happening, Just being fired from the Erangel. NBE taking on the rest of Box Gaming. They try to rotate their way. The UAZ lost a couple of tires right now. Mondo on top of the rooftops. He's just going to try to suppress the rest of the Vietnamese squads from moving right in. And tax after tax it goes. Rifus goes down. And Apex needs to keep the team alive. A huge nade from Box Gaming. And just like that, FaZe Clan, as much as they survived to tell the tale to the 6th position, they didn't have enough eliminations to bring more records to the plate.
And just like that, we are in the top 5 teams with 3 Mongolian teams in the top 5, as always. But I see Smarter now by Tiger. And he'll be taken out just like that with one pump of a gun. Hail Esports, who eliminated STALWART Esports.
Well, you gotta always respect the crouching Tiger hiding right behind these shacks. But as much as he's been able to do that, sure, 1 extra point coming from Hill, which they've already had a plenty of. This is possibly one of the best rounds we've seen coming from Hill. Meanwhile, Box, they make their way into the top 4, but can they close it out? And their biggest competitors right now, as it stands, are the Mongolian squads, which still have 3 members apiece for both for Miracle Vibes as well as NBeSports.
Oh, here we go. This is going to be interesting. A second knockdown by 4MV. The Mongolian teams, they're just shooting each other right now. Box Gaming, nobody really sees them. Apex sees Mondo on the other side. But Sank, beautifully nade onto Apex, will knock him down.
Perfect communication coming in from NBE. They spot one target over on the corner of the rock and immediately cooks up a grenade to suppress Apex. And there's no way that Rifus can even go anywhere to go in for a pickup. This boy is going to be advancing for it, and he's got to be absolutely careful as he has not spotted out the rest of the members of 4MV just yet, but he will pick whatever they've been able to reap out of for the moment.
Rifus!
He gets overwhelmed. Rifus finally shows himself up. Looking for another point, but Rifus gets peppered back. Tiger X, he does it again!
Again, it's going to be Tiger surprising all of them, but Tiger finally found out by the Hunter. And Hail Esports is out. Now it's between NBE and Box Gaming. Can finally Box Gaming get the first chicken dinner?
Their first attempt for a chicken dinner. This is the furthest that this C team has gone. But now the challenge sets in. NBE, currently the top 3 on the table, will definitely be a tough contender for the rest of Box Gaming to trade here on equal grounds. And judging from the position, it's a wide spread for the rest of the members of Box Gaming, taking over the north as well as the eastern side. So they should have a clue of the whereabouts of NBE, but can they execute it well enough? We know the SEA teams need to calculate the odds heading into the final fight. And NBE should be very decisive when they do have an idea.
Oh, they know where Gosu is at. The first nade onto him, the second nade will be tossed onto Gosu as well. Can Gosu survive this? Gosu needs to evade the nade. At the same time, the movement coming in, but Boss Gaming is ready for it. Gosu, count on the sack. Now it's 2v3.
Perfect cover fire now. Gosu still holds down the line. Fizz Boy goes in tandem with the rest of the NBE. Did manage to get the knockdown. Still, 3 members remain for the side of Box Gaming. 1 more surviving, and Box Gaming, they're about to get this one in the back for Vietnam and the rest of Southeast Asia. This crate might be useful for the final stand. Fizzboy, can he do it? He have all the level 3 gears that he needs, but it's 3 members on their way to claim glory. And how much more damage can he do?
Oh, Drunks is going in for the flank. He's going in from behind. He will see him anytime soon. Fist Boy, where's he gonna go? Boss Gaming closing on him. At the same time, the blue will put pressure on the Fist Boy as well. They try to shoot it now, but Fist Boy is still holding his ground. But for how long? He gets the first knockdown, but the second one will ensure that Boss Gaming gets the chicken dinner.
And it's another glorious victory for Southeast Asia as Box Gaming finds themselves their first ever chicken dinner here in the PMRC. They've worked so hard through day 1, suffering a couple of blows in the early game, but day after day, you see the climb and their relentless effort that's resulted in this grand success that they've managed to achieve here in Erangel.
Right enough to put that expression as part of the poster. Because that is how they feel right now. It's finally, because Box Gaming, they have been struggling inside of PMRC, and finally they got the chicken dinner. This is a relief for them.
An absolute relief, and this is a household name for PMPL Vietnam ever since the inception of competitive PUBG Mobile. And it's great to see the meteoric rise of the squad that have ups and downs, struggles even in their own region. They find themselves back on track after securing this brand new roster. And through all these attempts from all the other squads, as we see this round to be one of the more difficult rounds inside of Erangel, they've been able to overcome all the obstacles as well as odds in order to pull through. And here they are at the top by the end of the round.
Yeah, it was the SLD roster that Box Gaming acquired that did really, really well inside of PMSL. And they will be moving to PMWI, by the way. So with that said, well, I mean, this kind of performance, we do expect them to come up with a good performance at some point. Box Gaming, and that also completes all the regions inside of Southeast Asia, all the different countries in Southeast Asia to get their own chicken dinner. So Box Gaming, obviously Vietnam, Thailand has gotten one, and Malaysia has gotten as well. So they're all complete. We're still waiting for Aegon I-8 to get the chicken dinner for South Asia to complete the countries.
Yeah, and overall at this current rate, like, I'm not even complaining if Aegon I-8 gets it or if they don't get it, because on an average, Aegon I-8 has gotten, like, at the very least, close to 8 eliminations per round, and that's close towards the chicken dinner if you ask me, which this methodology that this team is currently taking is like, fights, fights, fights. We want them all, and we want those maximum points. If we get the dinner, it's a bonus.
Yeah, but you know what? For part 2 of Tash Bunny's story, we're going to pass it back on to her. So let's go Tash and Choo Choo.
So what's the verdict?
Thank you very much, casters. Contra and Sir Cloud. I did not think that you guys would be gossiping about that, but you know what we should be talking about right now would be Box Gaming. Their first chicken dinner of this tournament with 10 eliminations and 10 placement points shows quite a statement, in my opinion, for their first chicken dinner.
And not just that, also coming up from a South Asia region, here actually scores 10 elimination as well. Even though they're being eliminated quite early on, this shows that South Asia kind of adapt towards the playstyle of South Asia and are going more aggressive than ever. I mean, like, yeah, the MVP is going to be Kwang from Box. I saw that, by the way. He tossed that pan in the last minute. Since he's running out of throwables, might as well just toss the pan away.
Just throw everything, right? Just throw it all to him. But, you know, coming back to Kwang, I really like the dynamic that he had with his teammate coming in with Gosu. Gosu was where the members of the team were looking at, NBE were looking at. All eyes were on Gosu because they had no idea where Kwang was or where the other members of Box Gaming were. So Kwang's support fire actually gave a lot of, I would say, not only cover, but a lot of advantage to the team. And this is what I wanted to see in terms of teamwork.
That's kind of true. But before we go in depth regarding that, overall rankings right now for MV, still solid at #1 spot, but Boom still kind of top 5, not going to be movable for now. But we're looking at where Box were before. It was at the bottom and now pushing up to half page through the second page. But just now, when it comes to analysis-wise, right, the flight path contradicts the side of a circle. This kind of circle just shows that you will have a lot of fights when it comes to stage 3 and 4.
Yeah.
Lucky enough from Box Gaming, they land themselves around Yasnaya Poliana in the first initial drop spot. Then they go north all the way, which not many teams occupy around there when they actually enter in, because FaZe used to be dropping themselves around Jogopol area. But because of the hard shift all the way towards the left of the circle, this pushes most teams that dropping around the left side early on, getting into the center of it. They want to gatekeep all the other teams.
Right.
But Box, they took their time, and it was well worth it for them to actually wait it for a bit.
Yeah, I mean, this comes back to the conversation that we had in terms of the wait and see method. When exactly is it good to be used and when will it not be. And this is great for Box Gaming because when you look at them in the beginning, they didn't really have the highest amount of eliminations. They weren't really taking as many fights. And I like the fact that even though they survived only as a 3, they still made sure to survive with the 3 toward the end. And I think what's also interesting, I think, toward the last circle is that even though, it looked a little bit more, I would say, skewed in terms of firepower, in terms of playstyle, when you could look at patterns from previous rounds for NBE, I think what really gave a Box that advantage is their quick decision to take advantage of the terrain, to take advantage of the area. And I think because of that, they were able to not only take up space quickly, they were able to find the other members of NBE very, very quickly, eliminate them. And it was a little bit, it was still quite a long time for them to really kill the last member of NBE, but still, very fun to see. They were really good at pinstering him from both sides and making sure they don't lose too many people before going down. But another player I really want to talk about right now would be from Hale, Tiger, doing a lot of damage before he went down. He got 3 picks before he was finally eliminated at 3rd place?
Yeah, for Hale, they actually get into the circle. They are inside of a circle since the start, so it's not something unusual for them to actually make it till the last minute. If you notice, all the teams that survived just now, including Hale in this case, they have been in the circle since the start. But when it comes to head-to-head between the two regions, we're closing up the gap slowly but surely, but the gap is still there. As South Asia team, regardless, they didn't get themselves the chicken just now, but you have to give credit to them how consistent they are.
They are.
We're getting themselves in the top 3 almost every single match.
Either top 3 or even top 5, South Asia seems to not only make it there, but also in terms of eliminations. Because they're understanding that not only getting placement points is not sufficient enough for them to make it through in terms of points, because the change of the format of how it's going right now. So they love, again, this is where the firepower comes in. How do we survive and which fights do we want to take is what I really like seeing from South Asia. But Southeast Asia is starting to adapt, starting to understand how exactly to bring that into play. And I think another thing that's really interesting as well is the fact that in last round, we saw Boom Esports take the chicken dinner. They were very dominant. They had a lot of eliminations. But then the next game, they were eliminated very early. What do you think was going on?
Definitely, it's going to be one of the toughest spots to drop himself in between FaZe, in between Alter Ego. And there's so many teams dropping right on top of the right upper corner of a circle at first. And not just that, they happen to be cutting across Gaka. If you're cutting across Gaka, there will be like 10 teams possibly that crossing around the same place as well. So it's quite obvious if you're taking all the way down south, like how NBeSports and 4MV actually do place themselves in the south, and also coming up from northern side, it's going to be Box. You actually survive longer because all the other middle packs is going to be the one that extremely crowded during that time.
Yeah, and for now, we're going to be seeing how these teams will be going as we go to the final map of Erangel. And this is where a do or die moment, at least for the day, as we go into the next map. Gonna pass it over to our casters. Sir Cloud, please do not share part 2.
She read my mind.
Oh boy! Now I'm really curious what part 2 is all about, right?
Actually, I was about to. I was ready to share part 3. I was expecting her to share part 2. Yeah, I was expecting her to share part 2, but yeah.
Okay.
I'll since we don't have part 2, I can't tell part 3.
We got 3 maps to go. We're moving into our final round of Erangel, and it's gonna be starting relatively soon. So let's take a look if SA still got one left in the tank to challenge SEA.
Well, will it be the comeback of Southeast Asia here? Now that they've gotten 2 chicken dinners back-to-back, the third one, will it come in the final Erangel round? And this time the flight path, earlier on the first 2 rounds, flight path more on the right, but this time on the left.
Yeah, it seems to be, having a little bit of a swing, just like a mood, like the pilot says, yeah, I have traversed this area, I want to change of site, I want to change of a flight path, a different type of circle probably will happen from this result. So this allows a lot more access in towards the northern plains. We've not really seen many teams going for a city like Zarki, but MAB says, you know what, if that's going to be up for the taking, we can take both North George as well as Zarki, and there's plenty amount of loots for the team. Meanwhile, if that's going to happen, there's still going to be GEEK fam around North George. So this is definitely going to be a point of contest that might be pretty interesting, especially with FaZe Clan being over on the south side, closer to the hospital.
Well, if you remember, like on day 1, when the flight path was on the left, MAB did take Zarki. So they are no stranger to Zarki. But I guess it really depends on the flight path. Just like how we did see before in previous PMPL, some teams is like, okay, you have mid to the base, and then I was just about to say mid to the base, the circle went there. You have mid to the base as the first drop spot. If it's not reachable, then you go somewhere up north. So this time around, I am glad to finally see a circle that is not on the main island.
That's right. Feast your eyes on this, folks, because we're about to have an epic battle happening here on the final map of Erangel of Day 3. So, this being said, the late droppers of the flight will actually have the best of advantages, especially the natives of Sanhok Island. So, with all these form of opportunities, do you expect a form of gatekeeping to happen by the corners of the bridge relatively early?
Look at the trend of especially the South Asian teams, right? They like to maximize their space, like even on the outside of the circle. So I think that there's a possibility that we might see that. We might even see that from the Lighthouse onwards. So the Lighthouse, interesting choke point. I don't know if we'll see past the Lighthouse because we never got this kind of circle yet with these teams. But the Lighthouse has been an interesting point. I remember Hale Esports took that once. And another South Asian team as well took that once. So that could happen again.
Yeah, speaking of bridges, we're already seeing Aegon I8 wasting no time to get themselves into the island, but there will be a couple of casualties. This time, Boom Esports! Again, unlucky on these early rounds. This time, caught out by none other than NBE. So that is definitely a tough blow for the rising Indonesian team that was hoping to challenge for Miracle Vibes over on the top. And after their chicken dinner back in Erangel on match 2, it seems like nothing great has happened so far.
Well, looks like we got our answer about the bridge thing. So 4MV will be the one to take advantage of the bridge still. They'll be gatekeeping here. And just looking at their utilities, not the best, but I think they hope to get the knockdown into loot from whoever passes by. But Leo passing by onto the patrol station. 2 knockdowns back to back on the hill, but he's not done yet.
Oh, now double trouble coming in, and hey, I mean, he has to actually do it all with the DBS. Double shots, he actually lowers them down.
Whoa!
Hey, what the clean? Oh, 4 takedowns, aced out Hill. Here, within the span of 4 minutes of play.
I know July is the month of the Cancer Zodiac. And Leo is somewhere in August. But looks like it came early for them.
Yeah, and I never knew that you're a fan of horoscopes. Now it's all about the MBTIs, man.
It's because it's my birthday month, so I know.
Oh.
So I'm just telling, it's my birthday month. Just say.
So we should prepare presents, I guess.
Well, don't need to guess, just do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you were right about one thing, though. Like, all these South Asia teams are so proactive that they were the first movers to be able to lock down this bridge, which means the only safe area to pass on through is actually through Milta. But I'm actually not certain. Oh, another one going across.
Oh,
Sayam,
wow.
he will not pass.
This setup is just great. I mean, Apex on top of this bridge, multiple angles, Slipknot now down. I mean, he won't be rocking this bridge as much.
Yeah, and this bridge will probably see a lot more visitors in the span of a couple of minutes. So wherever Leo's currently holding at, they got to settle those scores real quick before the rest of the team starts to butt in. Not to say that 4MV is not suffering a couple of shots of their own. Doc currently being knocked out. And they're trying to actually book it right through with this buggy crashing right in the way, and damage being done. And that means he's not over with all these fights. He wants blood. And he's gonna find the 5th takedown against 4MV. And a crazy effort coming in from Leo. Something we did not expect out of the team of Nepal.
Well, I'm loving the setup of 4MV, not gonna lie. I mean, all their angles, wherever they're at, they will have somebody to back up. Like, this is a nice setup. Okay, now Apex sees Liquid on the left, and they do know that Apex is on top of here. To counter Apex, well, it's just to land the shot, or hopefully Apex drops down, but Apex not making a mistake there, landing those shots, putting pressure onto them, and now repositioning himself.
Yeah. as Apex runs across the corners. Meanwhile, Adik Luke has settling the scores for anybody who's hoping to swim across from the mainland into the island as they're dealing with the rest. Boom. Upsets after upsets. Oh, no! He needed himself! That's not supposed to happen! The biggest blunder we've seen all day.
And it was caught on camera.
Caught in 4K, they say. Oh, boom. Literally going out with a bang, and now it's all down towards Yummy. And it's YOODO Alliance with 3 members. Well, Leo being knocked at the very least. So that's a 1 versus 2. Adik Luke, close proximity. 1 shot is all it takes. And now, boom, Esports, yet again, walks away with no points inside of Erangel.
I'm still speechless about that, but we'll talk about that later on as 4MV finishes up the job. So 2 teams eliminated just like that, but yet still, Leo goes out with 5 points.
Yeah, solid 5 points, and that's mostly coming in from the takedowns against Hale. And the heroics that they actually brought in, it's one single player that actually secured all 5 of those points.
Okay, let's see if Alter Ego can secure all 4 of these points now. As they will get a first knockdown onto Sec, and they will overtake this compound. The rest of NBE all spread around, so for them to really crash in. Well, no opening as Gosu from Box Gaming taps down Mondo.
Ferocious work coming in from Box Gaming. We don't even see them on the screen right now as they're attacking from quite a far. Alter Ego takes their sweet time. They know that, hey, we know that a lot of teams are already in the island, but we could basically wait until all these scores are being settled with. As Vampire Esports, they take the roadless travel. It's not even a road, it's a river.
Yeah, the vampires in their unusual habitat, but the circle all the way to the left. But unfortunate for them is that, well, another team's waiting.
Yeah, and actually it works out for Vampire Esports. I'm absolutely surprised, but they will be met by the rest of Aegon I8 the moment that they actually dock onto land. Balak, I think you probably have spotted out some of all these swimmers, and not too sure if they were trained by Michael Phelps, but Ravenclaw has already had some scratches on his back for the moment. Balak now cooking up a big grenade. He's gonna miss the mark this time. So I would say Ravenclaw, like the swimmer he is, will be able to steer away from danger. But this may not end well for Vampire Esports, no matter how they try to wrap things around. But take a look at that. Tony K is actually back playing for Vampire Esports.
Oh, yeah. So we got Tony K. I wonder who got subbed out. If we do get a team vision, then we'll get to see. We haven't seen Newsy, though. So I don't know, is it Newsy or wherever he is? Because we only get to see the 3 players.
Oh, man, don't do this to Tony K. He just stepped into the ring and, oh, the trades are back. And Tony K, 1 versus 1 against Balak. 2 heavy hitters, and he's actually winning the duel from lower ground, and with a UMP right outside as well. Okay, Fox says, I'm done with this shooting range. I'm just gonna bring these grenades into the party. That's gonna chip a little bit of a health bar coming in from Tony K, but he's gonna find a lot more space for himself. And look at how high up Balak's gonna position himself.
Yeah, okay, so I noticed that Tony K is actually subbing in for Schweppes. We just don't have a visual where Newsy is at, so I really do wonder where he is. If he's still on the main island, then, well, good luck to him, I guess.
Yeah, and there's no more mets for Tony K so far. He's only relying on the final booster. Now 2 members being sent towards Tony K. He's got to deal with this one up close.
Here we go.
Jump shot, not gonna work for Tony K. 1 versus 2, and he does it. Dances all around, and he won't falter nonetheless. Where is the rest of Vampires? Nowhere to be seen. But that is some quick footwork from Tony.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That one knockdown. But fortunate for AGIA, Blade came in to follow up at the right timing. If it wasn't there, then it's going to be Tony K just securing that elimination point.
Oh boy.
Oh, Onsen.
His debut might have actually been sorely missed. And Venturis finds more member out of Aegon I8. I guess if you're going to deal with one squad of Thailand, there's just going to be more hunting out at you. IQ now gets picked up by Stone. So this is just a vendetta, a score that is going to be settled by the rest of Vampire Esports. But FaZe Clan, they're going to butt right in. So it's a three-way warfare going on. Aegon I8, FaZe Clan, and VPE.
Oh, Vampire Esports somehow still survive. Of course, thanks to FaZe Clan as well, distracting AGI8. And with that, not only Vampire Esports survived, but AGI8 eliminated by FaZe Clan from the other side.
I'm just absolutely surprised that this was the end result. I mean, we know that Aegon I8 is such an aggressive team in these early span of rounds. They did walk away with 3 points, nevertheless. But positioning-wise, perhaps it wasn't optimal because the backs are obviously exposed towards the rest of FaZe Clan. Stone, he sees this one coming. He's going to dive right back into the water. Talk about all the effort climbing out of water and swimming all across from the mainland and now back into it again. They're not having the best of time.
Yeah, I mean, where else is he going to go, right?
Yeah, he's just got to survive to tell the tale. Vampire Esports relying on Stone. Gold medalist back in the SEA Games.
Back then. Oh, but this is unfortunate situation for Rules from DRS. Blocked by Box Gaming Kwang. And he'll be happy to take that point before going off. And he's like, okay, that one player from Box is like, everyone went away, and he's like, okay, no guys, I'll just stay here. I want to get that one last point. Just one, and I'll move.
It's like, I'm sure of it, guys. Just trust me on this. You'll get it in the back, and you can also trust Tien to be able to cover what's left on the scene. So that's 3 pickoffs for Box Gaming just by waiting for all these latecomers in the Sonaska Island. But there's still many more teams that are already within the area of play. So far, all the circles that we are getting in Erangel has been so challenging thus far.
I would say this is the most challenging one.
Absolutely.
Because the rest of them, they are still in the main peninsula. So it's like, okay. But you get this guys that come into the base. We're still at stage 3, but 37 players left.
Yeah. And all these professional teams have scenarios like this multiple times in their own respective PMPLs. But Box Gaming this time, they have challenged the rest of T2K, but Jane holds his own.
Angle it.
Close.
Angle.
Goes to push again.
Oh,
Goes to get it. Perfect timing coming in from Gosu. He won't be able to save 10. Oh, Rick, he comes in for a refrag. Trongsin joins in late to the party. Rick, as well as Sandesh, holding it out. 2 versus 2. T2K, they do have the upper hand in this current position, but there's also another squad waiting upon the hills, and that is Alter Ego.
Oh, and now, okay, circle time.
What is this?
Still on the left. 40% water, unplayable area in the circle. It's going to be super interesting. But what else is going to be interesting is that Alter Ego's position. They have the high ground just on the left side of military base. And with the high ground, they can gatekeep all those teams on the right.
Alter Ego definitely will be hunting out for all the teams that are over on the northeast corner of the map. Meanwhile, GEEK SLATE has damage, shutting one out. Delta scouted out. Rosemary! He brings out 2, but he will be knocked down after having too much of an exposure over the top end of the hill. But Potato says, I don't think there's any more time left. We got to book a better position, but he's trying to go for Rosemary, and the Rosemary play will definitely be in the wings, but this is where Box Gaming now finds Rig, and T2K is only left with 1, just hugging by the edges.
Speaking about T2K, Flags takes out Rig, and now T2K, only 1 player left, still tanking out the blue. And speaking about the blue as well, the zone will close. Box Gaming on the outside still. They will need to tank out the blue. But speaking about tanking, Sandesh, you can see it on screen now, 50% of health left.
This is stage 4. It's definitely going to hurt, and if it were to go on open ground, I don't think his chances of surviving is going to be great, especially now with Flags overlooking this huge field of view from the south all the way up to the north. He spots out Rosemary, which has been picked up early on by his teammates, but he's still holding in his own for now until Trongsin is going to be sniping him down with a Mini 14, and that's a direct hit shot. He's already had so many of all these armory being depleted from the fight that he took early on. And that forces Alter Ego to pay attention of what's happening down in the south, so they are going to focus on Box Gaming.
And Box Gaming going towards Alter Ego's position, but Alter Ego has full focus on the Box Gaming. Nevertheless, they still manage to get into the circle, at least one of them. But they need to clear up the space for the rest of Box Gaming to come in as well. Now Kwang will be in the forefront. He's being shot at. Down to only 1%, and it's going to be Flex from the other side.
Wow, that is absolutely sure he's on the ghillie suit. Maybe it's difficult for Ghosty to have been spotted out, but that is a pixel shot. But Flex, he's just gonna pry this box open. Though it's not a can, he's just gonna see what's a gift waiting for him. For the time being, 10 more teams still surviving and so little room left. All the other teams will have to play by the coastal shores. Mela spots out the rest of 4MV, hugging by the corner. Ease trying to stay afloat over on the forefront. Two other members of 4MV is going to be hiding right behind this giant rock for cover for the time being.
At the same time, GEEK will lose Sonics, but the zone is still closing. The rest of FaZe Clan still behind. They need to move in. But there's one member. Okay, Stone is still alive. For Vampire Esports, he's in the water, but he needs to swim inside the circle. He's waiting for the commotion to happen, and the moment that happens, he will come in. But before that, he can't, because the focus can still be on the water.
Oh, Anson's going to be pushing forward as well. Let's see what Doc has to offer this time around. Attack team duel over on the bottom side of the flank. Oh, more of a flip side. Mormon's just going to crash his way downhill, but that actually works out for Venturas. All the distraction is paying off, and one after another, 4MV is starting to lose each respective members as Mela cleans up this entire sector by himself. FaZe Clan doing a lot of work, not only taking out the early team of Aegon I8 from this position, and they are just gonna basically have quite the entry point heading into what's at the south.
Yeah, when Apex forced to abandon ground, now in the water. Stone on the other side. Quite a distance for Stone though, and if the blue is on top of him while he's swimming, there's no way he can re-heal himself.
Yeah, especially if Apex actually gets into the circle and finds himself ground first, then there's no chance for Stone to actually get in to even get those heals running. I think he'll eventually be spotted out. Meanwhile, NBE, safe position from the northern end, sees all the movements coming out of FaZe Clan for the time being. GEEK SLATE holding out against Box Gaming. And this is taking forever for the Malaysian teams, including the victors of the past round of Erangel. Box Gaming now left with only 2 after taking on members of Alter Ego on the top side of the hill. A lot of all these Southeast Asian teams over the southeast side.
Oh, GEEK SLATE will be sandwiched between YOODO Alliance as well as Box Gaming, but GEEK SLATE will try to defend the ground. Damroot, the last man. Damroot currently down. YOODO Alliance will come in onto the rest of GEEK SLATE. Snipes is still on the lower ground. Shamil, he wants to finish off Snipes, but then again, Box Gaming is indirectly giving Snipes the cover fire.
Perfect opportunity for Box Gaming to come in from third party. And Shamil lands the killing blow, finds Snipe with a headshot, and they're absolutely unstoppable with 10 spree of takedowns.
Oh, but now Boss Gaming has interest to try to take down YOODO Alliance. The name will be tossed out by Gosu. Gosu positioning himself in case YOODO Alliance show themselves as well. But now on the other side, we got STE pinning down FaZe Clan.
STE has got a full compound to hold out and is absolutely directly in the center of the upcoming stage. So this is not a great news for FaZe Clan because they have already lost majority of their vehicles much early on, but Alter Ego is about to change the course of the battle, knocking one out of STALWART Esports. Ghost is still at work, but he's just gonna trade right back against YOODO Alliance, and it's Shamil, a pop-off round with 4 frags as they stay afloat and takes down the champions of the past round, Box Gaming.
Oh man, Shamil just save YOODO Alliance, and now he'll be the one to pick up the rest of them. They will reset. No other teams to challenge them for now. Coming back to 4MV and Vampire Esports. Stone managed to swim into the circle, but for the last member of 4MV, just right the edge of it. At the same time, Alter Ego still with the high ground advantage, putting pressure onto NBE with Fizz. now not able to come out from his house.
Oh, he's not even gonna have anywhere to actually run off from. He's trying to prepare a smoke, but I think eventually NBE will just have to settle with this current placement that they're at. So Fistboy has definitely got a lot to do in order to stay alive, but the trades continue with STE facing off against FaZe Clan. This FaZe Clan takes a lot more of a defensive stance.
STE, but STE needs to move as well. The circle did go away, but at least for STE, Tops, he has some of his teammates in the circle as a marker, so he knows that, okay, as long as he has a vehicle which he has a buggy behind him, he just needs to rotate towards them. But for FaZe Clan, the entire team is still on the outside of the circle, being pressured by STE. How are they going to come in? But there's no escape from the clutches of Alter Ego as FaZe will be eliminated.
Octa have been marking that location for the longest of time. Now only 7 more teams remain. That grenade's gonna connect. Stone, as sneaky as he may have seemed, that's the only thing that he could possibly do, but at least securing a little bit of that position points for the side of FaZe Clan. Next to bow out is another squad coming from Mongolia, and now only 5 teams remain for MV. 1 player left. Meanwhile, the rest of the squads have at the very least 3 to 4 members staying put.
Well, Alter Ego is keeping their eye onto this fight, so STE got to be careful not to extend onto the outside of this compound. They need to keep their ground. As FaZe Clan now, Mela will be knocked down by Icy. 1 more to go. It's going to be Onset. Nursed hits, and Nursed will finish it. And that is it for FaZe Clan.
Nursey, with such a massive controlled spray, takes out the entirety of the Thai squad, FaZe Clan, that's holding out for the longest of time and is poised for a chicken dinner right now, so long as they can actually find the rest of Alter Ego later on. But so far, Alter Ego has been dealing with YOODO Alliance and will take down Attic Luke. 2 more members left from side of YOODO Alliance. Is down to Shamil to change the course of the battle. Potato out! Cole bursts it with the buggy burnt out. Shamil locks onto target. He's eyeing onto Fnatic, hiding behind the tree. And Alter Ego says, we're just gonna settle the scores from here on. They're still spacing for the rest of YOODO Alliance to actually work with. So Fnatic, eventually the rest of Alter Ego needs to move off of their position.
At the same time, STE is making the move right now. They are the only team with a full squad going up against 2 from Alter Ego and 2 from YOODO Alliance. But these 2 teams are distracted with each other. STE is just gonna bat in from afar for now.
STE can wait till these 2 teams settle the score, and they have action going for a flank from the back. Does YOODO Alliance know and suspect that this is actually coming? They're fixated over onto Alter Ego. They heard the shots over on top end of the hill, so STE has full intel on both squads.
STE has vision onto Alter Ego. Shots fired by Nezem. Does not connect for now. But then again, the next circle, STE will have majority of it. But STE will not wait for the circle to move. They'll take that preemptive strike onto Alter Ego.
Alter Ego blinded by their own smokes as well. The push is being set in. Icy tries to distract them as well. YOODO Alliance have let go of their leash. They don't want to lock onto the target of Alter Ego for the moment, as they have to prepare for the upcoming zone and deal with STE instead, that has been able to secure so much of a ground from the lower end of that hill.
Oh, look at this. Alter Ego, YOODO Alliance, both of them don't have the circle at all. They have about 10 more seconds before they can move. And now Fnatic will be knocked down by flags. Octa is the only one standing for Alter Ego. What can he do from the high ground? He's one of the furthest away from the circle.
YOODO Alliance absolutely on fire. 14 points secured here in the top 3. Looking for the dinner, and they might actually look for a record of their own for the Malaysian squad. Octa left with so little. No more smokes in the tank. 3 frag grenades and only 1 first aid kit. Icy's on the push. He's just gonna secure this 1 point if he can. Driving past these rocks and just basically baiting out some movements coming in from Octa. They just really gotta wait. Only 1 minute left, and Octa, I think he's just got to settle this real quick and find a target or just bow out.
Oh,
I see he got the nade down, and he does a drive-by. He doesn't have to look. STE, full squad versus 2 against YOODO Alliance.
Not allowing Octa to deny himself to the zone. Now it's going to be STE and YOODO Alliance's Flex will open up the fight by taking out IC. 3 more from STE. Action just right in front of Shamil. And it's still going to be STE no matter what. STE, the second chicken dinner inside the PMRC. That means South Asia is back on track.
You can deny 2 maps out of the Mongolian squads, but they will reclaim it here in the final map of Erangel of the day in match 4. STALWART Esports second chicken dinner here in Erangel, and they've been doing this in spectacular fashion.
You know what? I really like the nade from IC doing the later stage onto Octa. It was like, oh, you guys, I've been circling around, giving you information, baiting it out, but you guys can't finish the job. I'll do it myself.
Yeah, he's tired of waiting, and like you see that full-on confidence that IC does have to be able to at least get maximum points, because any other players that bow to the blue zone is not gonna give you even more to climb. But this was the play coming from Dami as he takes on the full squad uphill, acing them out with that 4 points.
Oh yeah, that is definitely going to be one of the play of the day, for sure.
It has to be.
Yeah, and the entire squad's points is because of him, Haidami. What a play that was from Leo. It's just unfortunate that when they want to cross over the bridge, they were gate capped.
Yeah, and we saw that perfect parkour action going on as well. So much has gone true, especially inside the islands of Sanaska. Box Gaming found a lot of pickoffs with teams trying to move into the Sanaska island itself, but they have been locked out by teams like Alter Ego much later, as well as YOODO Alliance, which we saw a rampaging spree going in for the Malaysian squad, but STALWART Esports have gotten the most optimal position to close out the round.
And with that last move from IC, right? So I also want to point out that because he was a transfer from IAC Esports, and he was a key player there. And IC Esports, after that transfer, they didn't perform that well. It just shows how important IC is to that lineup and now to STALWART Esports. But we'll let our analysts break it down further. So we'll pass it back to Choo Choo and Tasha Rasa.
Thank you very much. Sir Cloud has a lot of dirt on me today, but what he doesn't have is what Choo Choo has in mind about that particular match. So just now we saw a very dominating play coming in from STALWART Esports, and I think this is also a very interesting statement to come through because the first part of the day was dominated by Southeast Asia. But what do you think, Choo Choo?
I think right now YOODO Alliance just overtook themselves from that chicken dinner. They don't care about the chicken. They do have more eliminations here. And so far we have the most when it comes to the record in PMRC. It's actually 21 eliminations by a team that was 4MV. But YOODO Alliance close enough got 14 here. But speaking of STALWART Esports, their rotation is super interesting for me because it has been a while that I've seen any team playing a yo-yo rotation, and they are one of them here. Because it's supposedly 4 MV circles since the start. And I mean, like, Top is one of the best players, arguably, in the world. He got himself the last PMGC MVP and Gunslinger 2022. So, I mean, like, this guy deserving to be a no question on that. But when it comes to rotation of STE as a whole, they're dropping right next to the side of 4MV at first at SMB, which the game that I don't get to cast since I want this circle so bad. But yeah, I'm very salty about that.
I saw the way you looked at the
same time, our STE coming out from the left side of the bridge, they rotate all the way to the right side, gatekeeping all the teams coming out from the blue side, farming their eliminations, but they didn't actually get so much compared to YOODO Alliance, who go all the way south, which was early on rotation than the rest of the teams. But coming into the overall rankings right now, 4MV is not movable.
No.
Because it lasted long enough. That was the circle.
Exactly. I think that what's great about 4MV is like is literally no chicken, no problem, because they have built a lead far enough that all they need to do is just consistently get points moving forward, which is why it's so hard for a lot of teams to catch up. Now, Boom Esports, while they did have a really great start to Erangel just now, I think that coming into the last 2 matches, they weren't able, one match, I think they weren't able to get any points, and second one, barely any as well. So this is honestly one of those situations rotations in Southeast Asia, right? I mean, for Indonesia and Malaysia, we see this happening all the time where we see a huge match coming through, and then the second, third match, we won't see any points, which is kind of like a heart attack in a jar, if you ask me. Now, coming into this circle in particular, again, as Chuchu said, she likes these, I would say, unusual circles, and I would have to give it to her. We saw some very unusual rotations, unusual movements. We saw VPE forced to swim. We saw how AGI8 were able to fish them out of the water, which is, I would say, a result of that, I would say, unusual circles. We saw gatekeeping as well, which is why we're starting to see a shift here. But the fact of the matter is, usually, I think for Southeast Asia, if we were to see these, I would say, unusual circles, is usually the underdogs that making it on top for some reason. But this time around, STALWART Esports as well as YOODO Lions made it on top. And what do you think was the reason for that, Chuchu?
I did mention it before because of how the yo-yo themselves, even though they got themselves in the side of circle, they go on the right side instead of the left of SMB, which the circle comprises most of it there.
Right.
And not just that, the way they played in the last few minutes with 3 teams remaining, how STALWART Esports willing to take the risk, playing a very dangerous game to actually leave the circle to find all the other players. They are pretty good. I have to give it to South Asia region. When it comes to information gathering, they are one of the best out there. Based on their positions, they're willing to take the risk.
I agree. And that's how exactly they play it. Because again, how they play with their resource management just shows that. But for now, we're going to be taking a quick break. When we come back, more PMRC coming right at you.
Welcome to Dynaground. Hello, my name is Owen and I'm your professional Dyna rider. Today I'll be teaching you how to ride a dinosaur and win that chicken dinner. Now, let's begin. Relax, don't be scared. That's the sound of the mighty T-Rex. Now, here's the first dinosaur encounter. I want you to meet my girl Vicky, my sweet little raptor. Look how cute she is.
Isn't she lovely?
Vicky or raptors, they're the most vicious and fastest beasts in the world. To ride a dinosaur, first you must build trust. They are carnivores. They eat meat. You have to feed them off. They will think that you are their friend, not food. Once they trust you, they will be a great companion. However, taming a dinosaur can be seen. Experience dinosaur taming and riding the all-new version of PUBG Mobile Dynaground. Explore Dino Settlement and Wild Reserve and embark on a prehistoric adventure in the Battle Royale game. Come and play now.
The gaps between the teams are starting to shorten as we start to see almost toward the end of the day here for the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. Tash Buddy here alongside Chuchu, your analyst for today. And today has been very exciting. Well, we started the day very strong with Southeast Asia taking most of the chicken dinners. I think that South Asia is starting to hit back.
But before we get into more in the game, don't forget we do have the PMRC South Asia versus South Asia 1 versus 1 popularity battle. And not just that, the next contender for South Asia is going to be versus the PEL team, which is going to be on 20th to 22nd of October. Note that dates down because there's going to be one interesting matchup. But when it comes to a head-to-head between two teams of South Asia and South Asia, you guys know orange is going to be Southeast Asia color with Boom. This is going to be one of the strongest team for South Asia for now. But as TE, they have been not consistent, but at least now they start to have a rhythm of the game itself and start to adapt. But the one that, when it comes to the numbers, I mean, like you guys can literally see how much damage coming out from each of the team. But coming from STE, they have a better closure of a game compared to Boom right now.
I agree with you. I think Boom Esports has been having a lot of trouble. I mean, they're a team that I think the game has to be set by the momentum of how they start the game, how strong they start in terms of positioning, in terms of how they play, in terms of how aggressive they play. If their start has always been very strong. But the thing is that strong start can either turn into an overheat or turn into a good game for them. And this very high risk, high reward play, again, is a heart attack in a bottle. But coming in for South Asia, I think they're a little bit more methodical coming into the game itself. I think that they're really understanding where they want to go to, where they want to rotate to, and how they want to go forward. But coming into the performers here for Miramar, we're going to be seeing 4MV, GEEK, T2K, and Boom Esports. Now, we just talked about GEEK having a really good game yesterday, but what about the rest of the teams, Chuchu?
Sorry?
I said we saw that GEEK SLATE had a really good, I would say, match run yesterday coming into the game. But then, but what about the rest of the teams?
I mean, like GEEK SLATE, so far without Mika, they definitely performed in the last Miramar. I'm not sure if they're going to put Mika back or not. But at the same time, I'm going to pass back to the Casa. But watch out for FaZe because they are the only team without any chicken by far at the top 5. So Casa, now you can take it back to Sir Cloud and Control.
Well, coming back to us, I guess there's a lot to talk about because there's so many of all these data that was being presented to us. Yesterday's run, we see GEEK SLATE taking those double chicken dinner in Miramar. So can they do it again to put Malaysia on the map once more? So Sir Cloud, SA will have to also put more chicken dinners to match up to what SEA had earlier today.
Yeah, because at least for today, it's 50-50. 2 for SA, 2 for SEA. And this will be the next tiebreaker as we jump into Miramar.
And it's lights, camera, action here. Penultimate round of day 3. And tomorrow is the last hurdle with 6 maps more to go. As this flight path takes us through from the north points of La Corberia heading into the shorelines of Puerto Paraíso. Ample of options as this is as neutral as it could possibly get as compared to all the rounds that we've actually seen through Erangel earlier in the year on. So I think there's a lot of changes that all these teams have presented for today that sees the rise of, YOODO Alliance heading into the later stages of the game, and then you have Box Gaming who have not gotten a chicken dinner, getting themselves one as well. And that pushes VPE to sit on 15th spot after a couple of dismal runs, and they will start off here docking into La Corberia.
Yeah, and I guess that justifies the fact that why Tony K is played. But unfortunately for him, when he played that first round, the circle was super tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he warrants himself definitely to continue on playing, and that's going to be the case still, stepping in on behalf of Schweppes. So he'll be continuing on. Now, yesterday we saw a clash inside Power Grid. So far we can see STEs around there, Box Gaming as well, but I see a clear separation between them.
Yeah, I noticed a trend here inside of Miramar that a lot of all these circles have been over onto the eastern plains. And most often than not, in Generalis. There was a couple of times around Impala as well. I think this is something that the teams have gotten used to. The gap now is not as wide as compared to the past day, where it's about 50 over points for Southeast Asia to match to the tempo in terms of elimination points on average. It's just about the 2-point margin from both regions.
Yeah, at some point it was 70-ish points, and then it was 100-ish points. And now, today, it is 52 points gap. So as what mentioned by our analysts as well, the gap is now shortened between the two regions. So this could be the day that we see that that gap will be minimal. But that's also going to be interesting for us as viewers, right? Like if it goes down to the last game tomorrow to kind of determine that which region is going to be the best, I mean, that will be the best in entertainment that will be served.
Yeah, and that's what we are all here for as well. Now, we have sifted through two views of Southeast Asian teams. Early on, it was Vampire Esports, and now into Boom. Huge struggles after that first win inside of Erangel, and then 2 rounds in a row, bowing out early on 16 as well as 15. But traditionally, for Boom Esports, when they do play inside of Miramar, it's usually a top 4 record, judging from the past couple of days. There was also the first chicken dinner that they've set for Southeast Asia as well, has put them into that position.
Yes, that's correct. They were the first one to get a chicken dinner, and it happened inside of Miramar. So if you look at the Miramar record, it is almost 50-50 between the two regions. Yeah, so this is... so if you take that into consideration, and plus today, Southeast Asia regions have been on a rise, on a rising trajectory. So based on that alone, of course, you know, there are a lot more variables, but based on that alone, it does seem like Southeast Asia does have a good chance for the Miramar today.
Yeah, and it's all about finishing in high-flying colors, especially. There's so little more games to be played out. In total, it's basically 8, including this one. So Alter Ego and the rest of SEA has got to show what they've got in order to prove that, you know, when it comes down to bigger tournaments down the road, like PMWI, that they will be well-revered and respected with a lot of all these other teams that has been looking through some of all these performances here in PMRC to judge their play style. So it definitely is going to be in the questions, especially for us. VPE is the one that's on the oddball right now because we know how many trophies and accolades they've won back in their own region, and so far not really showing up to expectation.
Yeah, PMPL Thailand champions, they'll be playing in the PMWI.
They got the invitation too.
Yeah, they got the invitation. So for them being at number 15, I mean, it's an unusual spot for them, not gonna lie. But to a certain extent, right, I believe it's also because they're taking this as an off-season training for themselves. In between their PMPL Thailand and also today for PMRC, they were in another tournament. So yeah, so it was a long journey for them. So I think that they are treating this tournament as an off-season tournament to kind of like just keep their mechanics still on par.
And for you folks out there who are thinking about pursuing a career in esports, especially as a professional player, like, you know, I got all these talent, and how is it really like? Let me tell you this, it's about all the hours that you're going to be spending on this game, training and going to competitions from early on in the day, sometimes till the wee hours of the night as well. And just look at it, the journey for Vampire Esports. I can only imagine how much stamina it actually takes physically for them to, you know, prepare themselves for PMWI.
It is a lot. So if we compare like, so like for themselves, right? So their journey is like PMPL, and then that other tournament that they needed to travel to another country, so that's time taken as well. And then now PMRC.
PMSL in between as well.
Yeah, finishing PMRC is going to be PMWI. After PMWI is going to be a month of PMSL, and they are going to be in another country, Malaysia, everyone knows that by now. So it's another travel, and that's going to take a month. And they are also, just to add on to it, right? They are also in the running based on the PMGC points for Thailand to go to PMGC as well.
Yeah, very poised in that position right now for Vampire Esports. And I think like this, what we're seeing so far from Vampire isn't really their full potential as compared to what they usually can offer on the table. So I guess down the road, it's about them needing to just show what they've got yet again. Meanwhile, if we look into all the rest of the results as well, take a look at this current standpoint. Remember that Alter Ego started off in day one, being within the top 3, top 4 ratio. And by the close to the end of day 3, they currently placed into 12th position. Though they have one good round, they have a couple of all these tough rounds that got them, a couple of points per round. And even today, there was a top twice, finishing on top 2, top 3 inside Erangel. Yet, they are sitting there because they probably will need to also work on those elimination points.
Oh, because we have to do this plugin, right? So I just want to add on as well to Vampire Esports' schedule. Maybe, just maybe, right?
You sounded like you managed them. You didn't know everything that's going on. You must be a big fan.
Well, let's just say I have a lot of conversations with a lot of these teams. Yeah. So maybe they will be playing the Southeast Asia versus PEL or the next PMRC, which is going to happen on the 20th to 22nd of October.
Yeah, that's just a few months down the road, so it's not too long of a wait. Meanwhile, you guys will have all year round PUBG Mobile Esports action. Boom Esports traversing their way across the junkyard. Oh, this is going to be pretty interesting. Vampire Esports cuts across a couple of members of NBE. Shots being fired at Sek. Akaz, he's going to be able to at least get into safety and continues on the journey into Minas Generalis. That town has always been the focal point for these past couple of days.
Okay, we have time for some trivia, right?
All right.
So which team do you think is the most popular of them all?
Most popular? Well, I would say DRS being one of them for SA. Vampire Esports definitely the most popular for Thailand. For the moment, we'll focus back on towards Hill as they will be invaded by the rest of Alter Ego swiftly as it goes. Potato takes on 2.
Well, I'll give you the answer of which team is the most popular.
Okay.
The answer is available on the official Instagram of PUBG Mobile. So you can check out the PMRC C versus SA 1v1 popularity battle, ladies and gentlemen, for you guys to check out, to find out the answer. We won't give it to you here, just so that, we can add more engagement and views in the social media of PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, I love the plugins right now. Rosemary Doe going for some tags, finds Flash. Going off course, one tire being popped, and it is definitely sending them flying. Tiger X tries to challenge them back. Oh my word, Rosemary, he hits that shot!
Wow. And not only that, he secures the elimination point. Onto Flash, KL Esports down to 2. And Alter Ego is going to open up with 2 elimination points for themselves.
And that's potentially the longest distance of a shot that we've got so far.
Yeah, put it on the record book, ladies and gentlemen.
Beautiful work. Now going back to that trip here, right? I'm so wondering, could it be a team from PMPL ID? Alter Ego's pretty popular nowadays.
Oh, we're done with the trivia because we have to do it because we're asked to do it.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're done with the trivia.
Yeah, but it really leaves me wondering, though. But after the match, I'll definitely check it out. Stone finds one member out of NBeSports. So with those rotations, with them being set into the city, this is a congested area that most of the teams are vying for. Vampire, a lot more stable this time with more grounds to work with in Minas.
Oh, I just noticed that Newsy isn't playing.
Oh.
Yeah, so it looks like a swap of Newsy taking a break this time, which is okay. I mean, at the end of the day, it's all, you have like a 6-man lineup for Vampire Esports. So it's all about resource management as well. because after this they need to travel for PMWI, so it's going to be a long schedule for them. But now look at the circle. Most of the teams inside of circle currently being comfortable there, but there's still a good number of teams on the right that's still on the outside that needs to come in.
Yeah, this is definitely gonna take a while as every team is just looking for those long-range pickups. Usually it's just gonna end with a knock, and that's kind of about it, as it's ample of space for them to be able to reset. Meanwhile, shots being fired from Box Gaming towards GEEK SLATE. An opening ground, but they're driving towards STE. They arrive to the doorstep. Tops waiting in the wings, but Tops gets pinned down. Quick work from Audrey, 1-for-1. Zaxxon takes charge alongside with a huge save from Action. All the way from above. And he sees Snipes. He's gonna land another blow.
Another one.
Gets another. GEEK SLATE has got no time to respond. It's only down to Damru, and he will not be able to live to tell another tale.
And it's going to be GEEK SLATE out. 0 elimination points this time. All of their points given towards STE. But I must say, that is a beautiful nade from Action. Give him a medal for that.
Yeah, and he times it so well, preparing the first one. Knocks after knocks after knocks. And by then, what can Damru really do? Even robbing towards the back. And once again, we have Southeast Asia teams colliding with each other yet again. But NBE chimes in, finds a knock towards Fnatic, attacks them from the back. Should be able to be salvaged by Potato eventually, as Rosemary finds him with the UMP. My goodness gracious. So much damage being done by Rosemary in this map.
Yeah, I mean, Rosemary, right? How are we going to say no to this guy? But you know what? This is like the millionth time Alter Ego and Boom Esports meeting with each other again.
Yeah. It's like, you know your brother is better than all your enemies sometimes, right? So it seems to be the case for the PMPID squads. Gets slow. It's rather fast on that monster truck, but gotta catch up to speed with his teammates because Tiger X is losing those tires. Might need to pick up, but he's just gonna fall flat on the ground with Doc pummeling him down with the M4. Looking for Gensel as well, and that bursts down the monster truck. Doc just wipes off the rest of Hale.
Wow, and we're still like pretty early into the game. We got 2 teams eliminated. And now the circle shifted again. We got DRS and MAB next to each other with T2K on the outside as well. But T2K, they have NBE to deal with.
Yeah, this time around it's a little bit different from what we have saw from the other couple of days, where this is shifting towards the crater fields instead. Leo, he's going to shift the angles 180 as he's looking for Killer over on the other quarter. And DRS lying out in the open. MAB just shreds them out. Cole Baron, he's got to find a little bit more of that position after taking out a couple of members of DRS. VPA now invaded, or shall I say, they're the ones invading the rest of 4 Miracle 5s. Going up close and personal. Refuse trying to look for spacing. Another shot connects from the DBS.
Oh, not like this for Tony K, but Refuse. Oh! He was looking the other side. Stone took advantage of it. And now Tony K can be picked up unless the rest of 4MV can come in. Just in time. Stone will reset himself. But he doesn't have his teammates together with him. 1v3. 4MV is going to come in from multiple angles, and Stone will be knocked down again on his knees.
It's only down to Ravenclaw, and he's going to be on the outside. A little bit of a tough angle for 4MV to work with, but he's got nowhere else to run towards. He's going to try to flush him off with grenades. A very tough battle between the 2 titans of the regions. 4MV triumphs with quick responses, swarming right into the building, and now Ace is trying to address the issue here. Ravenclaw, whatever he's got left, he's just got to push through.
Oh, but 1v3, pushing through. I think he's pushing because he doesn't have any other options. No vehicles on him on site. But now, Aegon I8 versus Box Gaming. Box Gaming with the compound, but Aegon I8 spreading out across this area. And now they have Box Gaming locked in.
Yeah, have to defend this compound to the best of their potential. IQ have already spotted one out. Trongzin runs towards the higher grounds instead. Close proximities. T2K suffers a double blow coming in from Kese. Quick pickups, but there's still Rig waiting for his opportunity. There is a grenade being cooked up. This could be their demise. And here comes Leo charging right through. Still 1 versus 2. Kese, he tries to deal with the situation right now as they go with a tag team duo to try to pin him off. Shots being fired coming from Leo, and they will be able to just get it all cleared up. 6 points in for Mabetex.
Wow, and MAB didn't lose anyone in the fight. Now we come back onto Box Gaming versus Aegon I8. Both in the same compound, played by the Asian Circle, but in about 24 seconds, the Circle might move away from them. Box Gaming still defending their ground while there's another team overlooking these teams.
Aegon I8 hunting like sharks. He's trying to prop a grenade, but not in the nick of time. Blade coming in with the cover fire will be able to take out Trongzin. 2 members left side of Box Gaming, and they're being segregated. This is not looking all too good for the team that has won a chicken dinner back for SEA. Aegon I8 still hunting out for their first chicken dinner throughout the span of these past 3 days. Gosu gets some chip damage done towards the side of IQ. Sees him running out about, should be able to prime another one. This might actually connect, and yes, it does land towards IQ.
Oh, that's going to be another one as well. Onto UZM. And now they're moving in. Blade is picking out his teammate. Gosu on the left. He spots on Falang. Falang moving on down. One more left that's still like them. Gosu super duper low. Here's the last man. But it's going to be YOODO Alliance all the way from downtown.
Adik Luke, the king of taps of Malaysia, coming with an ambush to spoil the parade. It could have been an absolute clutch for Box Gaming. Man, he got to spoil the 1v1 like that.
Yeah, in other words, Adik Luke is also called the Suntik.
The Suntik.
The Suntik. Yeah, I don't know how to translate that though. If we direct translate, it's called inject, but it doesn't make sense in this context. But it's pretty similar to what you said.
Yeah, like he's probably like a doctor. Like he'll just, without you knowing, he's probably stabbed you with a syringe out of nowhere. So, of course, putting all these medical terms aside before we summon Choo-Choo back on the desk, we're just going to take a look at NBeSports. Having a lot of grounds to work with, but they need to get in the circle just across Minas Generalis. So they got to create a little bit more space. Further over in the corner, there is the rest of Leo and also 4MV. So all these Mongolian squads are quite close to each other.
Oh, yeah. 3 at least, but I believe that we're still at stage 5. There's still enough room somewhat to rotate. And considering that we have 11 teams left, I think teams are dropping like flies this time.
If you don't remind me it's stage 5, I wouldn't even notice. It feels like stage 7 already at the moment because they keep taking fights after fights after fights, and now another one might just erupt. Or MV holding over on a high ground. Meanwhile, Mondo looking for some spacing on foot. I think this might just actually signify something great for MV to initiate. But with 2 members over upon those hills, not too certain how this fight will actually go between these 2 Mongolian squads. Mondo's already lost his helmet, still has 3 more frags that he could basically pop. Apex now hunting out for Sek after getting that knockdown. He's still dealing the damage. Sek is going to be eliminated.
Oh yes, another point in the bag for 4MV. 7 elimination points right now for them. The team at #1 spot has the most elimination points. This is going to be scary for the rest of them knowing this stat. But that stat is for us to know, of course. As YOODO Alliance now, high ground. Aegon I8 still below them.
Yeah, this is definitely a tough position for Aegon I8. They just got to hide out for the meantime. YOODO Alliance hugging over on the southern corners over the top of the mountain. Meanwhile, the teams are currently stuck inside the city of Minas Generalis until they are required to shift. And they will eventually have to meet with Alter Ego as well as Boom. So Leo definitely has a lot of duty to cut across. STALWART Esports perfectly sits directly into the middle. So perhaps that might just be a little bit of pressure with a lot of all these teams eyeing to book their spot as well.
Oh, yes. It's going to be interesting, though. If any team chooses to charge onto STALWART Esports, yes, it's a compound, but it's in the middle circle. They need to be prepared to defend a compound. And that sometimes is the hardest thing to do, especially if multiple teams will be looking at you at the same time.
Meantime, Alter Ego spots the movements out of Mabetex. They've already lost one of their vehicles, but they still have a couple of buggies as well as the CO to work with. Audio spots out ease for MV. As much as they've gotten a number of fracks here throughout the course of Miramar, they're only left with one member remaining, and Killer YT, as much as he wants to take out the entirety of Mabetex, he's just absolutely outnumbered.
Oh, MAB now, no vehicle. Vehicle exploded. Leo knocked down. At the same time, Boom Esports will need to face up against Leo, the team, onto Boom Esports with Pombit currently on his knees. High Dami, the hero of Leo, now starting off with taking out Pombit.
And up close and personal line, he's going to be able to do it again! Just like in Erangel, he's looking for the ace against Boom Esports. And Akul, he's over on the top end. He already knows his position, but they got to also find Razy. Alter Ego pressing on from the back as well. This is not going to be looking all too good for Boom, but there is Razy over on the top end of the roof. He will remain to be safe for now. So it's a battle between Leo and Alter Ego.
Alter Ego coming in, but Razy could be the one to backstab both of them. Razy with the Sky L in hand, but Razy position compromise. Where's that shot coming from? Could it be from STE?
It's actually
Maybe
YOODO
so.
Alliance.
YOODO Alliance, same vision onto Razy.
Sharp eyes coming from YOODO Alliance. Who would have thought they was looking over on top of the roofs? And Liquid, he spots one out, takes down Octa. He's got to deal with Potato, but he's over on the other corner of the wall, and Potato has got to hold out. He's online. He does it, takes down Liquid, but Razy's here, covering from the top.
Oh, this is where Razy steps in. They didn't expect Razy to be there. They thought they had done after eliminating Leo. But no, Razy with an 8. Could that be the one day to take them all out and fire in the hole like what you said? They are eliminated.
Just like that, Razy not only saves all the hopes and dreams for Boom to claw their way back up after disappointing rounds of Erangels. Here in Miramar, they show what they've got. Outnumbered, not outgunned, and he just ends Alter Ego with a bang.
And that is why, as of yesterday, he's the top eliminator among all the Indonesian players. He's just showing it again, why he deserves to be up there. And after that, we're now down to 5 teams left. And as always, in the 5 teams, you must have a Mongolian team.
As always, STALWART Esports have been able to be the constant name that Mongolian fans have been proud of, as they have that tenacity to outlast majority of all these teams in most instances, despite a couple of struggles throughout a couple of all these days. But today, STE is in a hot form, and lo and behold, once again, Circle belongs to STALWART Esports.
Well, literally lo and behold for STE, since they're on the lower ground, YOODO Alliance will be looking for the opportunity to take that fight against STE, but we can see that Olio is opening up the flank on the left. Now we're putting focus on the other side as well, as we have visual onto STE, looking at YOODO Alliance, waiting for them to make the first move.
Huge improvements for today for teams like FaZe Clan, STE, as well as YOODO Alliance. And overall, just looking at all these efforts coming from all these C teams to be able to rise to the occasion to challenge all the SA teams. We still have 2 more SA teams that are hoping to defend their glory here with 2 more chicken dinners to go. So STE, they have to really hold on tight to the compound. Mersey is going to be able to stop one member out of YOODO Alliance. But it's still a very wide angle for YOODO Alliance to actually cover ground there, hoping to rotate over on the corner. Shamil hoping to revive one member out of YOODO Alliance, but does he actually have what it takes to even cut across to save flags? Curry on his knees.
Oh, Shamil popping out the smoke just to give me a short cover action on another angle as well. Trying to get a pixel shot onto Shamil. It does connect though. 50% health left for Shamil. Action is getting closer and closer. He has a nade in hand. He wants to wipe the ball off with the nade.
IC setting it all up. Tossing one directly into the center. Will not be able to find Adik, Luke, and Co. Action now joining in the party as well. More of these chip damage is slowly overwhelming YOODO Alliance as much as they have a huge trail of smoke. There's also Boom Esports at the top. Razy, he wants in, he smells it, and instead, it's Boom Esports that will eventually finish off on the 5th position.
But if you look at this, it's going to be STE taking the proactive move onto YOODO Alliance, and with that, paying out onto them. They managed to take down members of YOODO Alliance. Flax now down on his knees. Only 2 left for YOODO Alliance that still like them. But STE, they're retreating back because they know they stay at the circle. They need to still defend their compound in case another team comes in from behind.
Speaking of coming from behind, FaZe Clan does have an optimal angle all across the fields. They can be the ones to dictate whoever gets to live when they do exit this compound. So STE not exactly safe at the time being. YOODO Alliance being challenged from the low grounds instead, hoping to get the revives on towards the side of Adik Blue. And here comes Ventura falling on pressure. It's just a rain of grenades sent their way. But STE, they finally spotted out the rest of FaZe Clan.
Oh, FaZe Clan moving into the circle. They should be 5-4 now. But for YOODO Alliance, they're still on the outside. The zone will put pressure on Adik Luke as well as Olio. The duo for YOODO Alliance. As on the other side, UZF for AGI is still active, but Action spots him out the nade when we toss onto it. The first nade, the second nade will be kept by Action. Action waiting for him to make the first move. But speaking about first move, I see onto Adik Luke.
Another perfect shot, and that actually halts the progress of YOODO Alliance. They're being stuck by the corner, and they don't really have time. The zone is slowly shrinking. I don't think they should go in for any pickups, but they do. They're running for it, and I see he's holding down to his ground. So little health left for the side of YOODO Alliance, but they prevail, but not for long. A perfect angle for Action to shut off YOODO Alliance.
I see only had 1 bullet on his M4, and he landed a shot onto YOODO Alliance. That's good enough. Job done. And now IC needs to reload. He needs to ask for bullets from his other teammates, but they'll have time. As now, the zone will start to shrink again as STE has the compound. So all they need to do is wait for FaZe Clan. But knowing STE, they are a team, they are able to make the proactive move.
This is as good as it gets for FaZe Clan. They've come all the way so far here in Miramar. They spot one out. They've knocked one member out of STE. As they will find another one over on the right-hand side of the flank. Tops challenges Ventures. Now, that's one problem being settled for the side of SE, and they spot out Moment as well. Tops doing all the work for the Mongolian squad, and he's gonna send a huge grenade towards Onsens. Now, they're slowly closing right in. SE wastes no time to push forward.
Oh, here we go. The smoke being popped up by STE. Toss will get a knockdown to Ventures. Onsen together with Mela is still active. Mela naded down, but the counter nade from Mela takes down Top. STE Action is closest to him, but will he go for it? But Mela is down right now. Only Onsen left. Action with the nade in hand as well. He'll toss it on to Onsens. Onsens will evade the nade.
And he's going for a pickup. It might just turn into a 2v2 again, but Onsen says he's got other plans. He's still got one more nade. X is running across. He might be chipped off as well. 10 streak of kills in the hands. Onsen actually shreds him, but not enough. Not enough time for him to do so. And he will find the final blow. FaZe Clan triumphs in Miramar.
And looks like, again, another chicken dinner towards Southeast Asia. Now it's going to be 3 today for Southeast Asia. But then again, we still have Mongolia at the top 5. STALWART Esports with a 2nd place finish. It was still impressive how they defended that compound.
Just look at both of these teams fighting each other till the last man stands. And it was so close. All these nades that STE popped towards those angles were actually connecting. It's only down to Onsens as he managed to evade one of these huge detonations and eventually drop a few more that pressurized STE on that position. And for the first time, we see STE crashes out in such a small margin, it almost was theirs to take.
truth to be told, it could have been anyone's chicken dinner.
Yeah.
At some point, it looked like, oh, STE. At some point, it looked like FaZe Clan. I mean, it just went back and forth, and that was arguably one of the closest fights we have seen in PMRC.
Yeah, especially within two regions of the battle as well, and we definitely got ourselves great offerings. But this is basically one of the best plays that we had coming in from Boom's Razy with that 3 teams battling by that warehouse. He have won against Alter Ego as well as another squad that was waiting right underneath as well. So, man, there's just a lot to basically dissect inside of this matchup in Miramar.
Yeah, action from start till the end. A lot for our analysts to talk to. So we'll pass it on to them. Choo Choo, as well as Tash. I'll let you go for now. Take it away.
Thanks very much, casters. What a match, a tug of war between South Asia and Southeast Asia. FaZe versus STALWART Esports, a game that is a 4 versus 4, coming down to just the line. Choo Choo, what do you think?
I told you guys to watch out for FaZe before we start just now, because they are the only team didn't land any chicken and finally land one. Now this definitely will change the overall rankings later on.
Yeah, definitely. If you look at how it was played, speaking of ranking, let's have a look at that. But the match ranking just now is very interesting. Coming into this game, I think FaZe is playing more of the survivability game with the only 8 eliminations. I think it works very well in their favor, changing up the way they play, because they understand that they haven't really been winning these fights against South Asia. So what can we do next? Try and survive for as long as you can. And the rest of the eliminations that came into their pocket were just by surviving toward the last part of the circle. If you saw just now, FaZe toward the last part, I think they only had 4 eliminations before finally ending it.
It's actually the same game how FaZe and STALWART Esports actually play. If you guys notice since the start, right, both teams landing next to each other and coming up from Monza. I'm like, this is well deserving for these guys. He played so well just now.
Really?
With long distance, try to take away all the points from afar. But not just that, based from the start itself, around Picardo, that's where FaZe used to land. And for the side of STE, it's around Hacienda de Patron and St. Martin. They are just next to each other. But the moment they saw during stage 4, surprisingly, both teams IGL think alike because of how STE plays themselves first in the center of the circle, got themselves the most solid compound there is, next to Minas Generalis, but you have the Labradita crate in between. So they pick that place first. While the side of FaZe, they land themselves across the street where STE were, and both teams just waited for all the other teams done with their scuffle, then they join in and just steals away.
Yeah, speaking of that, when you look at the overall rankings here, FaZe will be taking up the 2nd place, overtaking Boom and NBeSports. And STALWART as well, just kind of like just maintaining that 5th spot. And I think that this is a very big, I would say, situation where you can never really tell, because if you look at how FaZe played previously on PMPLs, they are the type of team to really rise up toward the end of the league. So I'm wondering if this is something that they have kind of been prepping for, trying to understand how each team plays, understanding rotations, and finally interpreting it into the map itself. Because yesterday, I mean, like I had this conversation with Contra earlier about how, in Miramar, it seemed to be Southeast Asia's map. And then for Erangel, it was South Asia's. But it seems like everything is up in the air now.
That's kind of true. And I think when you talk about FaZe prepping himself as a late game player, I think that's going to be the entirety of South Asia. They love to play and just pull it till the last minute. I just hope they will actually make it. Surprising, we're both having GEEK SLATE for this one.
I mean,
I didn't know her prediction, by the way.
Yeah, we didn't talk about predictions, but yesterday, I mean, again, we look at patterns once again, and I think because GEEK SLATE has been doing pretty well yesterday on Miramar is the reason why I think both of us did choose them. But surprisingly today, we haven't really seen them come up on top quite yet. Really hoping that this last one, I mean, they tend to do that, right? The last map of the day, last map of the week is when we want to see them come through. Let's see if this prediction will be coming through. But the head-to-head between these two regions now, again, South Asia is just not letting Southeast Asia catch up at all.
I mean, they still consistently getting themselves in the top 5.
Yeah.
In the case of the previous map, STE almost got themselves a back-to-back chicken dinner.
Oh, yeah.
Just close enough, down to 50-50 till the end when it was 1v1 between 2 players. But South Asia, definitely when it comes to as a whole, their team's performance for entirety of that region do have better standings than South Asia do.
Yeah, and I think look at the average time in the blue as well. I think we also had this conversation how it's okay for them to play in the blue for a little while and take their time, figure out how exactly they want to go in through the rotations. I think for South Asia, this rotation is something that I would love to explore more, to look at more, honestly, because the way they play, it's understanding how long they're okay to be in the blue and which area they can go to so that they don't take these fights too early is something that we should be looking out for. Regardless, if you guys weren't watching today, we are here in the last match of the day, gonna be in Miramar coming through. And I think throughout the day has been very, I would say, balanced from South.
Today has been for South Asia comeback. It was because we got more numbers when it comes to compared to last 2 days, right?
I mean, what can I say with Tash Bunny appears? I don't know, is this a coincidence?
Sorry to cut you off there. because we talked about the blue zone thing,
Right.
I noticed the same pattern coming out of South Asia team is where they take in the blue when it comes to the first 3 stages of the game, but they will not extend more longer than that. But there are cases for Southeast Asia teams, they tend to prolong that and got just too focused on the fights that's not supposed to be happening in the blue zone.
Yeah, I think this comes back to, sometimes it can be something about trying to understand, should we be taking these fights? When should we be taking these fights? And I think for Southeast Asia, they want to close the gap here. And I think the idea is maybe we should be getting more elimination points coming forward. But if you notice, a lot of these eliminations is Southeast Asia versus Southeast Asia. Again, I mean, you have highlighted this before, and I think because of the first 3 circles, South Asia has been in the blue zone. It's kind of hard to meet each other, no?
And also the fact that South Asia know when to pull back, they know when the fights will be jeopardizing for the entire team. They will try to negate themselves from those fights, but wait themselves in the inner circle and gatekeep the teams they were trying to fight early on. In the case of Southeast Asia, they tend to just stay there while trying to get it so hot. And at the end of the day, both teams lost.
Yeah, I mean, coming from that 4 versus 4 just now, we can see in terms of firepower, in terms of team play, both teams are very, very similar. It's just a matter of that rotation, that mindset coming forward. We talked about how different the mindsets are from both these regions. And honestly, it's kind of like, you've played for so long in Southeast Asia, a small little pond, and then you go to a bigger pond, you kind of get culture-shocked a bit. But to see some teams, the adjustment to come through, right? And I think, it is, given the fact that Southeast Asia still managed to keep up with the tempo that South Asia has been setting, does play a point here. But I would really love to see the tempo being controlled by Southeast Asia for once, instead of South Asia.
Oh, maybe we'll have to do that for the final day, because so far I have a feeling that maybe in the next map, South Asia is really going to put all cylinders out for this one.
I think so too, yeah.
Because don't forget about our Thursday's chicken dinner when it comes to the final map of Miramar. This is where 4MV scored the most. And it's been a while for us to actually see South Asia for the entire day, because so far they only scored themselves once or twice, 3 times. It's actually quite equal between these 3. It was yesterday. And when it comes to today, it's only out of 5, 2 coming up from South Asia, right?
Yeah.
So they definitely feel more drive, wanting to prove themselves. They're still here to fight. But we're going to pass it back to our casters here, Sir Cloud and Sir Contra. Take it away.
You have been knighted.
Oh, thank you very much, Choo-Choo. I've been waiting for so many years till I get knighted, but I don't know what did I contribute to get knighted for this.
Well,
I feel like I don't deserve it.
You know what you contribute to?
Oh, what did I do?
Because you are Contra.
Ah.
Yeah. You see, there will always be something that you contribute,
I see.
With a Q.
Well, speaking of Q, I definitely do have a lot of questions, because like the analyst did, of course, discuss these 2 region strengths as well as the shift of dynamics heading into this day 3, and it really makes me wonder how day 4 is gonna look like, because it seems like the Southeast Asian teams now adapted very well into day 3, and seeing a lot more chicken dinners going in favor, and to the point that FaZe Clan finally got their chicken dinner after, spending many rounds going for frags instead, and that denied STE the chance for a double chicken dinner. But of course, they still have one more shot here in this final round, as we'll definitely have to see. Is SA gonna take it all back from Southeast Asia? Let's go right in.
Well, exactly to your point. Hold on to your horses because we still got this round. And South Asia can still potentially even up the amount of chicken dinners with South Asia. But to a certain extent, it's also about the points collected between two regions. We'll get an updated one later on. But from the last one that we have seen and we mentioned, it's a difference of about 54 points.
Yeah, it is still a huge margin, especially when you see there's so many fights that sometimes happen between SA versus SA and SEA versus SEA. Then those kind of points kind of overrides themselves at the very same time, because once you take out another C team, they won't have the other chance to be able to pile on for the other region, for the rest of the round. So as it stands right now, SA is definitely still holding on to that lead. But I want to ask you this as well. Looking at the standings, Boom Esports definitely fancy a chance to overtake for MV over on the top end of the table. Does that consider as a victory if ever Boom Esports will be able to do so?
Wow. Okay, that is definitely doable. I mean, the numbers are reachable from like what we saw earlier on.
But does that consider win for SEA? It's still not really, right?
Yeah. Okay, so I know that. Okay, you can. It can be a claim for sure, but I guess. What would really mean, right? What would be really meaningful is for the regions to do it as a region rather than as a team.
Yeah, I think like that itself tells a lot more about the growth of each region overall. And over the span of years, so we'll hold that for now. As we currently have SA team T2K now getting pummeled down by the members of Vampire Esports. This time, better start. Newsy is already back in the picture.
Ah, Newsy. So they're playing with the lineup of PMSL, the first lineup now. So Tony K finally lands his first elimination point inside of the PMRC and happened to be the first blood in this round as well. So hopefully he will get more action this time, because for the 2 rounds that he has played, he didn't get the opportunity to really show his stuff.
Yeah, now he is going to be charging hit first. We'll be able to find one for Ravenclaw. Swiftly as it goes, Vampire Esports secures 2 in the row, and T2K, I'm not too sure where the other 2 members are. It seems like they're over onto the other corners of Graveyard. We only see Suyok just hoping to actually get more loots to defend himself for now. Only has a shotgun as well as an M16. Though it's a decent weapon, especially inside Miramar, where a lot of teams are playing on the long range. But close proximity, you gotta quickly tap or switch into burst fire mode, which is not really the easiest to land all the time.
Yeah, and he has like extra steps, right? Like, okay, you have to switch and then you shoot.
More buttons.
More buttons to press, right? So not the most efficient. That's why towards the later stages, you don't really see these players holding the M16 that much. But okay, we did talk about the regional points, right? So now it is pretty much still the same. 53. So it's like 53, yeah.
Yeah, not too staggering of a difference from what we last checked in with our previous round as well. So I would say it's quite impossible to close the gap so quickly within a round itself, because of course battles will happen all over the map, and the likelihood to have majority of SA teams to be wiped out early on, very unlikely.
Yeah, unless they do it like how Vampires is doing right now. They're looking for blood. It's spot out Suyong. Suyong didn't even manage to loot a single thing, and he got eliminated just like that. So unfortunately for him, that means that T2K, only Jane left, and now Jane shooting at Vampire Esports, also revealing his position. And if you have players like Newsy, like Tony K, oh, they'll be happy to go in.
Oh, Newsy, after taking a break, he is just looking for action. And Jane, he spots out Stone, and he goes for a drop shot.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Newsy now in danger as well as Jane distracting him, and he's gonna take 2 knocks. Jane, can he do it all alone for T2K?
Wow, Jane. If he can pull off a clutch here against the entire Vampire Esports squad, it's gonna be crazy. What? Okay, he's going in, but the nade, Tony K. Was that intentional? I'm not sure.
I don't think it's fully intentional, but he gets the job done. Very important for Tony K, making his mark the moment he steps into day 3. And that is 3 in a row, but damage is done. I mean, Newsy, guys taking a longer break right now because
That's the last game.
Well, he can start to order dinner for his team, you know.
Oh yeah, it's probably supper.
Supper, yeah.
And it's plus 1 hour from Singapore time, so it's already 12:09 midnight. As it is.
Yeah, so yeah, of course we have multiple regions here, so they all have their respective time zones. So understandably, it's pretty late in Thailand right now.
But great thing about Thailand, if you're ever in Bangkok, there's always a lot of stalls that you could basically walk out and like, you know, get some stuff, and that always comes into handy. So I think they should be pretty well stocked up.
To be fair, I've never been to Bangkok.
You've never been to Bangkok?
I've never been to Bangkok.
I'm surprised.
Yeah.
I mean, you've been traveling.
Tash, I've never been to Bangkok. Tash is literally looking at me right now.
Yeah.
I shall not translate whatever Tash said. Why? Is it surprising
She's
for
giving
me?
the side eye.
Wait a second. Is it surprising, the fact that I've never been to Bangkok? Why?
Because it's so close to Malaysia.
But...
Yeah. Okay, I mean, like, one day we'll go there together. We'll get to meet probably G9 again, some of the boys from FaZe and Vampire, hopefully. I wish we all go together. So, probably they could take you out for supper.
Tash is going gnar.
Yeah, and she's probably having the sound clip of like criminally offensive side eye. Just looking at you from the other corner while all of that is going on.
Nah, Tash just wants to have a good time by herself inside of in Bangkok. I totally understand why, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, she's single, she's available, she's ready to mingle and all that, so. Yeah.
I mean,
that
got a
was-
queue because Rosemary's ahead.
Sorry, I just reviewed part 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
She's got a lot of fan base, that's for sure. Same goes to all the players out there. And one with a huge one definitely is Blade. Handsome looking Chad with a lot of skills to display throughout the PUBG Mobile universe. As Aegon I8 still looking for their chicken dinner so far. You know, FaZe Clan has broken the spree of going on the drop without chicken dinner and now sitting at number 2 after securing that chicken dinner, even knocking Boom one position downwards. Oh, speaking of which, 4MV finds one member of Box, but Box is now charging right in. He's
wait,
not
what?
prepared!
Okay, in a position that was overexposed, as Box Gaming will be happy to take the knockdown onto 4MV and easy for them to charge into the compound.
Yeah, I don't think there's more business to be dealt right here, but DRS, they were absolutely curious about what's going on in that compound, but decides not to be, you know, eavesdropping at the very least. So we'll let them send the scores. Out to Eagle, quite a distance from Vampire Esports. Vampire Esports only lost Newsy early on. The journey is still pretty far for a lot of all these teams to get into the city of Chumachera. GEEK SLATE coming in from the south side to be joined with Leo later on. And I see a crate that drops right in for a hefty amount of loots that might supplement the firepower of Leo later on. But over on the north side, we see 2 teams coming in late. It's STALWART Esports as well as Mabetex.
You know what? There in the subs lineup, since we have the list in front of us, right? So we got a couple of coaches actually in the lineup as a sub.
Oh.
So we got like Senator for STE, we got Ken for Boom, and I'm actually really hoping that we get to see how the coaches actually play.
Yeah, some of them were also ex-pro players in the past, and some of them have also ample of all these experiences from, you know, kind of games that they've played in the past before. So definitely really interesting. And imagine a tournament with only, you know, all these coaches. Make it maybe a duo squad, and then like let them have a little bit of fun with that. And I think like that could potentially tells us how great they are, and I do fancy the chances of all these Mongolian squads, especially for STALWART Esports, because historically the region has been doing pretty well in the course of these tournaments. Outer Eagle having potato drop out the vehicle. Killer YT always sharp on his shots. Gonna quickly eliminate Potato off the ground.
I'm thinking that if there's a coach squad, right, like who would really do well? Okay, we got
Matoy.
Matoy, we got Matoy, we got Eye Shots.
I want to see Sang-in of DRS.
Okay, there you
I
go.
want to see him be at work. And, well, definitely miss him quite a lot. Last time I managed to have a lot of chat with him back in November. And, you know, hopefully down the road we get to meet again. So, Alter Ego's coach, how do you think he fancies a chance for a chicken dinner against the rest of these teams?
Well, Alter Ego's coach? Honestly, I don't know. Oh, you mean that I'm Alter Ego's coach?
Oh, no.
No.
Not you.
Don't warrant that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But for them to fancy themselves a chicken dinner, right? Okay. So I think, right, if they can get the chicken dinner, it will be a flex to
Absolutely.
them onto Boom. Because Boom has always been a pain for them. But now, MAB, Vampire Esports, both are fighting on the outside circle. Just like always, South Asia teams, they like to lock teams on the outside.
Yeah, they're just so good at gatekeeping. And Aegon 98 just will have a spree from a distance as they are eyeing down onto the exits of Los Leones. But they also have to journey their way in, and the further they travel, they might even meet up with teams like FaZe Clan or even YOODO Alliance. As for MV, I think they're safely planted inside of the middle of Jumasera. Well, all that's happening, Stone actually gets taken out by the blue zone, taking a little bit long right there to rotate right in. Addict Luke trails right through. A lot of attacks over onto Hill's vehicles, but not really finding the mark just yet. But they spot out, get slow as well. C-Sky only. As he's just gonna inject this way to look for those shots. He connects towards slow, needing one more tap to knock him out, but it's not gonna do the trick.
Well, Adelu has been practicing a lot of spray tracking recently, if you know what I mean. And he's putting it to good use right now, putting a lot of pressure onto Hale Esports on the other side. But Hale Esports have AGIA to deal with as well. But AGIA, well, it's a three-way war basically. YOODO Alliance now putting attention onto them.
Oh my. And I don't know, when it comes down to such a position, it's so difficult to actually focus on one specific target. And at any given point of time, either teams will also trade back. So exposing yourself in the open is perhaps not the best way to go, but they are presenting more bullets towards the side of Vampire Esports, and they are driving towards Hale. Oh, this does not really look all too good. They've still knocked down, and they are being locked right in for a battle. Tiger X, he will find Ravenclaw, depletes him, and there's no chance given to Vampire.
But Vampire Esports, I mean, when they go towards Hale, there's YOODO Alliance shooting them from behind. So I'm not too sure how they're going to manage that, how they plan to manage that later on when it happened. But anyway, it was them being eliminated. I guess Hale Esports had some help from YOODO Alliance.
Yeah. It feels like they are the puppet masters. It's like, okay, we're dictating how this story is gonna go. It's like, we don't really need to get in those points where, yeah, the more teams that gets eliminated, we have a better chance to climb. Which YOODO Alliance, on the past map in Miramar, sees a top 3 finish. Today has been an absolute performance coming in from YOODO Alliance as they make their way into 79 points right now. And FaZe Clan has Mela tagging onto Tiger X. So many teams throughout all these high hills and tough terrains of Miramar.
It is rough, because it's kind of a circle around the areas of Miramar. There's always a lot of advantage, especially if you go down south onto the hills of Miramar, of Jumasera. So we can see Leo is there, NBE is there, those are prime positions. And if they still have the circle, that's going to be great. And it seems to be Leo there, still winning the circle. MAB sees value in it, that's why Baron is there as well.
I just love the fact that Hale just waits in that corner and so many teams have bypassed that sector thinking that it's going to be safe. And just like that, those points came in the form of Vampire Esports, one member out of Leo. But it's not going to be for long that they will be holding on to that position. Meanwhile, an uphill battle for NBE against Leo finds themselves over the top side of hill, but they do not get any form of vision against NBeSports with Fistboy. dropping nades after nades. I think it's a safe distance at the very least for them to hold out.
Leo now pretty much equal grounds with NBeSports. The nade will be evaded. Slipknot still okay. A little bit of a shred there to his health, but at least it's still decent enough for him to continue on playing.
Yeah, Haitami so far bringing out huge clutches throughout the rounds of Erangel. And this is going to be a big nade that clipped on Slipknot. And this is not looking all too good for Haidami as well. He's got to heal up 5 seconds for him to do so, where the rest of NBE, they're sending all their members far forward. Soyam, as well as Liquid, got to supplement. And there's also Molotovs being tossed right in that actually burns Alvarad to Mondo. It shouldn't deter NBE, but it will halt their progress from moving forward.
The only thing stopping NBE right now is the cover fire that can come from behind. So that's why they're not progressing in front, because they know that the moment they show themselves, Liquid or Soyam could shoot them down.
Oh boy.
But Soyam is now coming forward, and Soyam will be knocked down by Mondo himself. And this could be another opening for NBE. NBE is coming in. A trace happening right now. Mondo needs to win the fight. He's out of bullets. He needs to reload, but he only has a mini 14. Not the right weapon for short range, but it's okay, as they have Psych there to finish up the job.
That was so close for Haidami. He might have actually gotten 2 aces in the day, but thankfully, there was one more member remaining coming in to swiftly cut through the left. And NBeSports, they will be able to at least get all 4 members back on track, including himself, of course. Now, Aegon getting a little bit challenged, but I think this might be overwhelming for Ponbit. I think we've seen a couple of times before Ponbit going on 1 versus 4. That was against VPE yesterday. But to do so over on the open grounds is a tall task. So we'll have to wait for the rest of his teammates. Meanwhile, STE, lower ground fight. It's going to be a FaZe Clan that will be challenging Alter Ego as well, dropping in a grenade. Ventoris only has a level 1 helmet that's about to burst off. So I think he's also got to be very, very careful. Very spread out formation coming out of FaZe Clan. Disperse into a 3-1 setup. So Rosemary, he's got some work to do against STALWART Esports. And if they climb forward, there's still FaZe Clan. So decisions for the Indonesian team.
Well, it's a scary position for Alter Ego to be in. I mean, one team up north, one team down south. And Motorcycle favored up, not at all. Where is Alter Ego going to go? Basically picked up poison now.
Yeah, absolutely being locked out. So if they were to actually fight against FaZe Clan, I don't really think that's the best case scenario. Well, if they put pressure onto STE, STE is also up by the corner, then maybe that might be a potential fight that they can sort of fancy their chances of winning. Meanwhile, Boom Esports are going to be pursuing their target after, of course, getting one being covered by Pond earlier on. Falak, main man out of Aegon I8 with the highest damage being done so far for Pakistan. Aegon I8, at least they're by the corner of the upcoming circle, so they can still play it out, but they do not want to waste too much time. And GEEK SLATE finds one member out of YOODO Alliance, Malaysia versus Malaysia on the other side.
Okay,
the end of it.
So the cons of being Aegon I8's position is that they don't know when Boom will move because of that hill. So Boom has the advantage. By the time they arrive onto the compound Aegon I8, they can't react, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. But for STE on the Box Gaming, Nurse it down, Action down, Icy the only man standing, and with that being said, Box Gaming takes out STE.
Gosu just went point blank, and he was almost being knocked out, but Box Gaming definitely had that positional advantage over different corners of the hills. While we go back into action, 11 more teams still left remaining here by stage 5. Oleo, he doesn't really have vehicles. He's being prone under his belly, and that's a lot of grounds that he will have to cover of his own. Grenades after grenades. Falak still staying alive, hiding right between the vehicles. 2 members out of Boom Esports, eliminates UZM. And the wraparound comes right in. Boom Esports strike from multiple angles, and Birds fall alive!
Oh, Pombe from the other side as well. Takes out Farlak. And now Boom Esports has arrived at the nade. A huge one. Came from the other side, but it's still going to be Boom Esports taking over the compound.
Convincing wraparound to secure their targets. A clean fight. Another one will erupt here. Alter Ego takes on the rest of FaZe Clan. Fnatic overwhelmed with another nade coming in from Mela.
So it was Boom and next is Fnatic. They are inseparable, even though it comes to the team eliminations. But now Box Gaming on the other side, they heard the commotion happening. We can see that Tien with his nade. He wants to try to get someone from FaZe Clan, but FaZe Clan opens up quickly, not allowing Box Gaming the opportunity.
Yeah, it was actually Box Gaming that actually dropped a huge nade over on that corner, and FaZe Clan says, you know, it's not worthy for us to just fight through some of all these battles on the outskirts, and they take a better position up the hill. At least they get that bird's eye view all across this valley of death. YOODO Alliance have not really moved all too far from that location as they take over the prior position of hill, as they've already crashed out over the game. Like GEEK fam, they also have another elevated angle for them to work with.
Oh, speaking about elevation, this kind of circle does favor NBE. Number one, easier entry. Number two, they will stay on the high ground. But now speaking about GEEK SLATE, Nice will be knocked down. Long range from the other side. But for YOODO Alliance or to Boom, to really push on to GEEK SLATE, not going to be the case.
Yeah, Razy, he's already being scouted out, and he needs to basically run for cover. There's not much to begin with. He will have to try to survive as he was being left with one buggy at the back for him to traverse his way to join the rest of the team. Boom, forced to play onto the far northeast. Meanwhile, over onto the middle, Boom Esports is getting a lot of pressure coming in, and FaZe Clan finds one out. FaZe Clan have actually found their formula to get into the later stages of the game, but has to deal with the rest of Box Gaming.
Oh, Box Gaming, FaZe Clan, here we go. Gosu at the front with the DBS switches onto the M4. They try to get more knockdowns. So far, Ventores is calling out for help, but no one can save Ventores for now. They need to end the fight before they can do that. Kwang is going to come in from the other side. He's going for the flag, and Kwang will be knocked down by Mela. Mela, stop Kwang.
And the FaZe Clan, they're having their numbers being put right down. Ventores limping away, and the huge thing connects onto Mela as well. It's only down to Ventores. Box Gaming fights their way to survive, and now has 7 in the back, and definitely a whole lot more. He's chasing Ventores, but Ventores makes it out. Cole and Johnson's tags from the back will send FaZe Clan out of the game.
FaZe Clan, 3 elimination points at number 8. As now we move forward to Boom Esports and YOODO Alliance. Nade after nade after nade, raining down onto YOODO Alliance. And YOODO Alliance, they're busy with GEEK SLATE as well on the other side. Whereas for Boom, they still maintain as a trio. They're in the circle, but they need to clear off the sides.
It definitely is a very, very hard place to be for Boom Esports, because eventually, once Box moves over onto the other corner, they will have that perfect view against all the members of Boom. Meanwhile, it seems like they're scouting out for their targets. Boom spots out movements coming in from YOODO Alliance. And GEEK coming in from a very defensive angle. They still can play for a very long time by the kills, as 4MV reveals themselves and takes down one member out of 4MV. Mondo needing a little bit more of that helping hand, and Box Gaming will have a little bit more time before they make their next move. But Sonics is just applying enough pressure until Box leaves that territory.
Long range coming in from GEEK SLATE. They will be unchallenged in their current position, but Kwang nails down 2 members of Boom Esports. What's happening on the other side? But Boom Esports feeling the wrath of Hail as well. As Gosu comes in, Box Gaming will be the cleanup crew.
A perfect cleanup, like you said. Box have always had them on the backs. And Boom, they were in the middle of it all. The moment that they finished that fight against FaZe Clan, they restocked with those nades. Kwang drops a huge one to secure that double. Hill was hoping to actually steal some away. YOODO Alliance, they've been over on that quarter for the longest of time, but they're the ones that need to move into the circle right now. Kwang takes another target on to Shamil.
But Ghost is also being knocked down, so let's see what Kwang has to do in order to keep his teammate alive.
Kwang together with Yen2K will need to take down YOODO Alliance because they need to get into the circle. If they go straight in, YOODO Alliance could shoot them down. But at the same time, we see movement here from 4MV as well into it. And now they're prime position within the circle. GEEK SLATE on the outside. Spots up Mondo. Will try to burst the vehicle. But Sonic's knocked down from afar, leaving Damroot alone.
Great spray coming in from with the AUG. NBA having Akash to hold him down line. GEEK fam, it looked like they were having the best position possible, but after them needing to leave their vicinity, they were met with so much pressure coming in from the Mongolian squads that for MV as well as NBE has been able to hold out. Flax finally takes out Gosu as that he was being left out to bleed out. And that is 11 eliminations for Box Gaming at 6th spot.
Well, Box Gaming today has been really good for them. But can they close off this round? But unfortunately, no, they have been eliminated. Now we're down to the top 5 teams with NBE Sec knocked down by the zone. YOODO Alliance coming in to GEEK SLATE. Damroot is all alone, but they got Hale Esports to deal with as well.
And just judging from this corner of the valleys that's being left, there's still a lot of all these defensive placements that they could basically play for to defend themselves, but Damroot left alone to fend out against the rest of YOODO Alliance, and there will be a little bit more of a help coming in from C-Sky only. Hill quickly taps Adik Luke from the back.
Oh, too bad Damroot is out of throwables. He can't put extra pressure on the YOODO Alliance. Adik Luke will be revived by Flax, while Shamil will be the bodyguard. Damroot is just across YOODO Alliance. I don't think they know he's there.
Yeah, for the moment, I guess they could just huck into this corner of the position for the time being. Though Damroot, he's just hoping to hide out for now. NBE also spots some movements coming in from YOODO Alliance, and that is not helping GEEK SLATE at all. And then now, a lot of all that pressure is starting to be relieved away from Hill, so that might be a good chance for the PMPL Thai squad to be able to actually seek out for opportunities to close the game later on, as they still have 3 members. Same goes to YOODO Alliance as well as for MV.
YOODO Alliance, I don't think they know that Damroot is there still. After all that movement, I think they're keeping their eye onto NBE on the other side, so Damroot could surprise them. But then again, logically, YOODO Alliance, when they walk down as a trio. They should be able to trade off at least with Damroot. Damroot staying still with his AK in hand. But soon YOODO Alliance will need to move anyway, and that's where Damroot, let's see what he can do.
Adik Luke, he's so close to spotting out Damroot. He could not move an inch. He sees all the movements coming from his perspective.
Oh, they're coming!
Oh, boy.
Coming. Ah, there was nothing much that Damroot can do. I mean, numbers overwhelming for him. GEEK SLATE out.
Yeah, I'm surprised that GEEK SLATE, after lasting for so long, has only secured 1 elimination point throughout the course of the run, where they've had so many attempts. Meanwhile, Hill, they spot out all these runners coming in from 4MV. They're going to attend it from afar as well. They're also going to deal with YOODO Alliance at the very same time. And this is a tough pincer position. YOODO Alliance, they have to take this battle, and they have members slowly being knocked out, but the nades fly in! It's coming in from Doc. And 4MV is the one that challenges the Mongolian team, and it could be anyone's game from here on.
And now stage number 9, whereby the zone will close entirely. 4MV still in the prime position. YOODO Alliance Shamil moving on down Rondo for 4. But 4MV, nade from Apex, eliminates the compatriot from Mongolia.
2 teams battling it all out from the lower end and could not even find their way into the final 3. But here we have Hill, 1 member spot out, and Doc, with so little health, he will prevail. 7 eliminations in the hands of 4MV. And now they hope to get a little bit more of a room into the center of it all, but will have to challenge C-Sky only. Hill holding out on the lower position. They know what's at stake right now. Hill will have to claw their way through 3 versus 2 versus 3. And Flash, he's got to do it all alone. The Molotov just slightly misses, and Refuse, he's just going to pop 1 more over in the corner. 1-for-1 action, and Refuse tries to defend himself. C-Sky only
Does not reveal himself, but it's going to be Apex coming in to wipe off the rest of YOODO Alliance.
Only left with Sky Only, so 4MV should be able to do the job unless Sky Only can pull off the unthinkable. But 4MV needs to reset as well. Okay, so 1v1 right now. Dog versus Sky Only. Here we go. Sky Only on the other side with a nade in hand. Dog is coming closer and closer with the UMP.
A little bit of chip damage over onto Doc. See, Sky Only may not have known his location, but now he does. With Doc running right through, the sprays did not connect fully, and see Sky Only, he wants to go up close and personal. Couple more shots, and leave this with all of it for Miracle Vibes. They reclaim it for Mongolia and the rest of South Asia.
Put it in a situation of 1v1, and it's always Mongolia team still able to seal the deal. At some point, it was almost Hail Esports finally getting the chicken dinner, but it is denied by the one and only Docs.
Another decisive strike. For Miracle Vibes have two decisions to make. One, to make it a 2 versus 1. And they say, you know what? Let's put all our trust on our final member. And with that tenacity, with that pure confidence, they close out the game, but we had so many spectacles, especially from Jane, that almost wiped out the entirety of APE, but thankfully with the heroics of Tony K, we'll still be able to at least bring some points back.
Yeah, okay. Whatever happened with the Tony K thing, he still wins.
Yeah.
So let's forget about how it happened. Let's just focus on the end result for Tony K, right?
Yeah.
Fair enough to him.
Still improvements, 5 points in for them.
Yeah, you know what? For all you know, if you ask Tony K, did you deliberately do that? He might probably say, yeah, it was planned.
Yeah, and then like he turns around like, oh, please don't, let's not talk about it again, right? But overall, like you saw how difficult these terrains were because there's so many creases for all these teams to really play, even though despite they were positioned in low ground. I'm just really impressed by how YOODO Alliance played it really consistently throughout the course of the day, making it to top 4, and then we also see a lot of all these other teams to be having a great run here inside Miramar, especially for GEEK SLATE, just like how they did yesterday, just that they didn't really have added numbers on eliminations.
Yeah, and 4MV still on top with the chicken dinner, no doubt. But you know who else is on top? It's going to be our analyst.
That's
Let's
right.
take it away, Choo Choo, and also Tash, who has been to Bangkok.
Thank you very much, Sir Cloud and Contra. And what a game once again. Another 1 versus 1 between the two regions. Thailand this time against a team from Mongolia. Again, it was as though 4MV had listened to Choo Choo's prediction and decided to answer with the rallying cry.
I mean, it's all about time here. We had 11 eliminations nonetheless, but you also have to watch out for Box. Now, Box today, they have played their heart out.
It was so good.
It's definitely one of the best day, a peak performance when it comes to comparing to all 3 days in a row here. Today has been the best for Box. I wish they can push even further. But for 4MV, there was a strong IGL call. They realized nobody coming up from northwest of Chumasera when it comes to those high grounds. They actually take the rotation into it. And that was quite surprising for me because nobody actually wants to go over that place, which have the most advantage. But coming out from the side of Doc, 888 is the very good number coming out from this player. I mean, like, from 4MV, Doc definitely one of the best players we saw.
Yeah.
And 4MV, I wish we can see them more in the future as well because this team is just incredible.
I think what's really good is that they decided to end the day very, very strong here with not only a chicken dinner but also a very dominating play. They survived toward the end with 3 players still left intact. They know the right time to play aggressive, and they were very good at making sure in terms of positioning, they held the most control of the area. Now, top 4 eliminators for today, because he Doc, Apex, Fala, and East. Honestly, are you surprised? I'm not.
Yesterday has been the same. The only one's not up here coming up from 4MV is going to be Refuse, who's playing the support part for the entire team.
Yeah.
The only one's changing here is going to be the third place. Fala, yesterday was a different player. Or is it the same? I think it was Blade, possibly it was yesterday.
Yeah.
But for Eganai, Falak, he's been popping off a lot for today.
Yeah, I think Fala has been very phenomenal in terms of his individual play. He has a lot of firepower, very bold in terms of how he plays, pushing forward even without his teammates. So I think this is a lot of confidence coming through by Egg8, and I really would love to see more. But for MV, I think regardless of what tournament we've seen, these players, regardless of what role and how they play, they all seem to be not only individually skilled, but also able to play very cleanly as a team. And again, look at the amount of gap here between the first and second place. We're seeing a lot of movement between the second and third place, between Boom and FaZe. I think Boom, because they have a huge pop-off moment, put a big gap between the rest of the team. And then they have like maybe very quiet rounds, 2 to 3 rounds, and then the same thing goes. But FaZe, toward the end of the day today, I think they had a pretty good round, honestly. They have been very consistent toward the end. I'm really hoping that this continues on to tomorrow.
At least 4MV is actually delivers when it comes to name and numbers for 4 chickens.
Yeah.
It's going to be each chicken for player, for each of the
It's
players.
like on average almost like 1.5 chicken per day, which is honestly like day and the night. They're like, yeah, we had our fill. This is great. We're still in first place. We're very, very ahead. And they have a lot of room for error, in my opinion, coming through forward. But I think that for that particular last round, I really want to talk about how each team was going through that multi-team fights. It's like going to be YOODO Lions versus GEEK SLATE versus Boom Esports. And then you start to see like a very interesting like box coming in forward. And I think it's because of the terrain itself. But what do you think, Chuchu?
Exactly because of the terrain. And this particular circle, even though we do see it feels like a high ground, it's not really the highest ground there is. There's no mountains in between there. Even if you are on those elevated grounds, it's going to be uneven terrain, very wavy. So it's so hard for you to visualize who's on the other side.
Yeah.
And because of this, most of the teams resort to playing around the low grounds. And it's been very scrappy because of the open street as well.
Yeah, but you know who we should be talking about? We should be asking STE what they thought about today. And I think it's the coach coming into the call. Hello there, STE. Hi, how are you guys doing today? Today was, I think, a pretty good day for you guys. So what do you think of the vibe and your team and mentality for your team today?
Our team, like, it's not that well for us. We played like two game good, and the rest game is not that good. So it's even at the average.
I mean, like the 2 games not really good is actually almost 2 chickens back to back. So, you don't have to be too hard on yourself, Senator. And also we have action for today. Now, Senator, I have a question just to follow up from yesterday, right? Yesterday you mentioned you're a bit disappointed with Southeast Asia performance. You're laughing now, you know where I'm going with this. Now today, they have been stronger. Now, what are your thoughts when it comes to Southeast Asia in day 3?
Yeah, it's good. I mean, like the first 2 days it was not good, but like, I mean, like not much we are expected. But these days, like, it's 3 chicken dinner for Southeast Asia. Like, it's 50-50, right? Like, I think they can show better tomorrow.
Right. And I think, like, I mean, if we look at trends again, I mean, it does take time for them to really cook up. They're like a very slow cooker. But let's talk a little bit about STALWART Esports here. And I think that today, you mentioned earlier that you weren't too happy with your performance. So what exactly is your team's goal, actually?
I already mentioned it in the first game. Our team goal is not PMRC, it's PMWI. So we're testing some tactic and we're focusing on our gameplay and adapting on our new phone. So, yeah.
Now, my question directing to his action, so you have to translate for him, Senator. Sorry for that. Now, he caught himself in a lot of 1v1 situation, right? And when it comes to that situation, how was the team comms and how was the pressure by action that time?
Нэгээс нэг үлдчихэж ямар мэдрэмж төрөө ямар хөө байсан бэ гэнэ.
Тэгэл алтчмаарч юм шиг санагдав. Ер нь л сандрал мандралаад байгаагүй. Тэгээд ална гэж бодчихсон ч дараа зоонд авчихсан.
He say like he wanna trying to kill, but the position, like his position is not that good and he died in the zone, so he not have some pressure or something, just it's kind of about some position.
It's also about luck sometimes. It's the
Yeah.
music closing up your side first.
Yeah, and I really want to ask about like in terms of tempo for today. And I think Chuchu and I were talking about this, how South Asia is just very good at maintaining the tempo of the game compared to Southeast Asia. And can you share a little bit about how I would say the South Asia teams managed to do this?
Like South Asia team, I already told like in the next year, I mean like 2 years before it was different. And like people now, before this regional clash, people now thinking like we are the same, South Asia. But like no, it's not. We are origin, like our competition, our tactic, our gunpowder already changed last year. We already have good top 5, 3 team of South Asia in top 5 in PMGC. So now the times changes. So I think other region need to improve more and our region too. So we can be good.
Yep, I absolutely agree with you. Thank you so much, Senator, as well as Action, for spending some time with us to answer some of our questions. Good luck for your games tomorrow, and hopefully you guys have a good rest.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
What do you think, Chuchu?
He was laughing because yesterday he literally said that he's disappointed because he had a lot of expectation for
Yeah.
Southeast Asia. But today, they definitely deliver. But will be stronger tomorrow, or will be the South Asian teams coming back?
Yeah, I think we've been seeing a lot of like sparkles and glimmers of hope, especially from Boom Esports. Box has been really surprising us, as well as Hale. And I would love to see more tomorrow. But for MV, again, looks like an unmovable force. The question now is which team will be able to move them moving forward. Regardless, thank you so much for spending the time with us to watch the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash here between Southeast Asia and South Asia. Reminding you guys once again that we do have another one coming very, very soon. And it's going to be PEL versus Southeast Asia coming forward here. It'll be October 20th till the 22nd. So there's also the PMRC, Southeast Asia versus SA 1 versus 1 popularity contest. You can find out more about that on Instagram. So for now, we're going to wrap things up. We'll see you guys tomorrow for the final day of PMRC. We'll see you guys soon. Bye-bye.